Guten day. How are we? 'Tis I. The brace free. It's a miracle. What a day. I can drink things like Coca-Cola without feeling guilty. What a day. What a day. How are we all doing? Oh, it feels so good. It feels weird though, honestly. It's been like 4 years since I've had these braces on. So it feels totally weird. Like your teeth feel like twice the size as they normally are. I can smile without feeling bad. Honestly cool. It feels like... What's the best... It feels like my teeth are twice the size as they actually should be. You know, it feels like abnormally big. It feels weird. Yeah, we'll talk about the fusion in a bit. Like, just to show you guys, right? I'll show you what my teeth used to look like. Because I went on holiday to Nepal, right? About 4 years ago, I went to Nepal on a 3-week trek. And I took a picture, which I hate this picture, by the way. So I can't believe I'm showing this. But hey ho, just to kind of show you like how insane the changes for like how much my teeth look different, right? Where's this? Where's the button? Look at this. This is what my teeth used to look like before I had braces. Look how awful they are. I look like some sort of weird, deformed human being. The front teeth were just like a mess. They were misshaped. Now they're actually straight. It's insane. Can't believe it. Honestly, it's a shock. I really can't believe it. So, I hate that picture. Yeah, exactly. Jaws. It is Star Wars Day. May the 4th be with you. Good point out. Yeah, it's great now. So I have to wear a retainer when I sleep. But apart from that, we're brace free. I did the Annapurna trek in Nepal. The Annapurna circuit. So it was basically a circle around the Annapurna mountain range. I mean, it's not sad, really, Greffen. I mean, it's just self-confidence, right? I was self-conscious about the fact that the teeth weren't good. I mean, that's not really a reflection upon... Well, that's really loud, that song. It's not really a reflection on society. That's just more of a reflection on my own self-identity, you know? I just felt a bit uncomfortable with them. And also, like, putting aside the cosmetic issues, there was, you know... health issues associated with the way that my teeth were, and it still is, right? I mean, my jaw is basically like this now, so, and I'm still waiting for an operation to break my face. I just decided it was taking so long because the NHS is a travesty. There was no point sitting in braces for the next 12 months waiting for an appointment that might happen. But they were, you know, the reason why I had this done wasn't necessarily purely cosmetic. It was very medical, because essentially my jaws are not lined up. The teeth were misaligned. They were getting damaged. They were getting misaligned. You know, there's lots of different complications that can happen that you just don't realize when they get really bad. And they just got really bad. So, you know, it feels good. Just a bit weird at the moment. You broke your retainer immediately. Yeah, exactly. So I had braces when I was younger, and I did have a retainer, but it didn't hold. Just because of various different issues, they messed up. So I've got the clear plastic one, not really plastic, but the clear ones rather than the wire ones. So I just got to sleep in them. They say to wear it for 12 hours. I'll probably get like 9 of those 12 hours out. I can't imagine I'll be able to like withstand them for 12 hours straight, but I'll probably do my best to hit the 12 hours as much as I can. So yeah. But it's all right. I just got to sleep in them. To some extent, I've got to get into my mindset Like I'd been building up to this moment, kind of going, yes, I got rid of them. That kind of cycle is complete, and then it's like, oh no, we've got to wear this retainer now for the rest of your existence. 12 hours, so half of my existence, I have to wear a retainer, and that's a big kind of like mental thing to get across in my head. Like I thought it was done, but technically it's not. So I've now got to like keep going, even though it's technically done. It's just one of those weird things. Like it's such a minor thing in reality, but at the same time, you know, it is something like it's significant, isn't it? Right? I mean, it's just like when someone has to, like, if you get diagnosed with diabetes, it's life changing, even if it's manageable. You just have to like realign your head into, okay, this is what it is. Exactly, Pocket. Yeah, there is sometimes people, like, for example, my mum had medical insurance, so technically my procedures and everything that's been going on has been done under the hospital because it's a medical stuff. But the health insurance company deemed braces as cosmetic only, even though there were medical reasons that I needed it done. It's very difficult when it comes to cosmetic based procedures, that sometimes people think you're only having it done for cosmetic reasons, when that's absolutely not the case for many people. It's very difficult to, like, it's difficult for people to understand that sometimes, you know, like crooked teeth can actually cause medical complications. So, thank you, It's the Pope, for becoming a member on both the Optimizer and here. I appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. So what was the first thing I did when I got my braces out? I went to Asda supermarket and I bought the largest French baguette you can ever imagine. I have not had a French baguette for 4 years, and I am a big bread person. Like that was the hardest thing I had to deal with, was the fact I couldn't have like bread that was crunchy or anything like that, because you're not allowed to, because you break the brackets, right? So I literally went to Asda, I bought the stickiest sweets you could ever buy. I bought the crunchiest baguette you could find, and I literally, I think I bought like a couple of Diet Cokes as well. The stuff you're not allowed, and I was like, right, that's it, I'm done. I felt like a drug addict getting a day pass or something. It was really bad. Well, pizza crust is normally okay, right? Because I used to get the soft crust. What things you couldn't have was the crunchy stuff, right? And also there's things like, we have, I don't know if you know the restaurant, I don't know how international it is, but we have Wagamamas here, right? And they had like sticky rice. You wouldn't believe how long I spent after having a Wagamama's that I'd literally be like peeling little bits of rice out of each individual slot of each bracket of my braces. It was horrific, you know, and you feel self-conscious because you're trying to eat, but then at the same time there's food getting stuck everywhere. None of that I have to deal with anymore. It's great. Yeah, John, so basically 10 years ago, they used to say you never have to, you only have to wear your braces, your retainer for a few years or up to a year. But now they were having so many issues with people coming back with these things keep moving back and different things. Now the orthodontic, like the group of orthodontists, whatever they're called, they've basically made a principle now that they recommend a retainer for life you sleep in, right? You don't need to wear it all the time, but some people have fixed ones depending on the severity of the changes. But they recommend now a retainer in life, otherwise it moves back. So, but yeah, it's. Does my speech feel different? Does smiling feel different? It does. I mean, at the moment, it feels weird because like one side of my mouth feels bigger than the other. I don't know why. I guess it's because of where the braces have moved, and are no longer there. Exactly, Castle. Yeah. Yeah, some people have permanent retainers. "4 years without a baguette, Timothy." Because the thing is, during this treatment, the whole process of this treatment was meant to be about 18 to 24 months of braces to get the alignment sorted. Then there was jaw surgery to basically realign both of my jaws. And then there would be about 6 months of braces after that. So we're talking like at most like 24 to 36 months. But because we obviously had the COVID pandemic and then a bunch of delays in the NHS, is just basically a permanent cycle of strikes, like mismanagement and other things. We're now for like 4 years, like 48 months nearly into it, and I was just like, the operation is nowhere in sight. So I just decided, I made an executive decision. I went to them, I was like, no, let's just go into retainers for now. You've lined the teeth up, great. I can wait for the operation. It's bread for me, Kessel, right? I'm just obsessed with bread. I could eat bread like on its own. People used to laugh at me. So yeah, it's been a bit of a long process. The NHS strike is over. Yeah, but the after effects aren't, Jessica. And they're still striking in England, which affects Wales and a bunch of other things. Put it like this. This is how bad it is at the moment. They are double stacking surgery appointments so much that I have spent today alone approximately 1 hour going around a car park trying to find a parking spot because there are so many people trying to get an appointment, there was no parking. I did about 2 miles going around a car park. It took me an hour. It was awful. Awful. We're working on double Seeker Stunner at the moment. We haven't had a chance to figure it out yet. It's on the work list that we're trying to figure out a speed tune. Yeah, big couple of months. Degree, graduation, braces are out. It's all coming good. Also, guys, next week, I don't know if you've known. Yes, I'm from Wales. You're studying in Cardiff. You were studying in Cardiff Uni. Cool. Yeah, I'm a little bit over. I'm between Swansea and Cardiff. If anyone doesn't know, Eurovision is on Saturday. Is anyone else excited about Eurovision? I seem to be the only one. Eurovision on Saturday. I love Eurovision. Even if it's the most daft, crazy thing sometimes, Eurovision is so much fun. You know it, quarantine is exactly the hospital I was in. Quarantine, I literally spent today an hour going around that top car park in that hospital non-stop over and over and over and over. I mean, they were just parking everywhere. They were parking on the side of cars. Like, people, it got so bad. People were literally pulling up behind cars and just stopping because they were like, I can't get anywhere. And they would have leave someone in the car while the other one went in for their appointment. It's awful. It's awful. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, Kessel, right? A lot of people in the UK basically say, oh, our NHS is amazing. Look where we would be compared to America. Look how expensive it is. It's like, well, if you really put it down to it, technically in the UK, we pay for the NHS because we pay taxes as part of our national insurance tax to fund the NHS. Yet people are not getting seen. They're not getting their appointment slots. We're getting more and more stories of like cancer diagnoses being delayed by months upon months because they haven't got enough funding. So you're sitting there thinking, well, sure, I'm not paying for it. That's cool. But does it really matter if nobody's getting treated? What kind of system do you have then? I don't really think there's a silver bullet for the best healthcare system in the world. But, I mean, we've got two extremes, right? The American system is way too expensive and like, okay, once you get through the door, you probably get one of the best treatments in the world. Way too expensive. In the UK, it's not expensive, but if you want an appointment for anything, good luck. I mean, it took them 6 weeks to get back to me to tell me what my blood results were. Because the doctor didn't have an appointment. And then it was a telephone call. It's just like... Yeah, Eurovision's adapting. That's a no from Eurovision. It's funny how people like... Eurovision is like a very big Marmite thing. Some people think Eurovision is awful and other people think Eurovision is great. I love it. I think it's awesome. I really do. It's like one night a year where you can just like have a bit of fun, right? And it's a bit of a tradition in our family. Like, I'll go up to my mum's house. It's a tradition where we'll have like snacks when they do, you know, in between the when they're doing the interval act and stuff like that. It's a good bit of fun. Yeah, the NHS is in a shambles. No, that's the thing, Pocket. We can pay in the UK for private healthcare, right? We can pay for it. But in essence, we're paying for it twice because we can't opt out of national insurance, which is the tax that kind of covers a bunch of different things. Like a lot of it covers the NHS. So we can pay for private insurance. Great. If you can afford it, I think a lot of people might go that route. But it does feel bad that there's no option for the, you know, I might actually want to use the money that I'm paying for my national insurance actually to just pay for private. but I can't. So why would I pay for it twice? And you end up in that situation of, well, what, you know, if I can't really afford private medical insurance, it's very expensive for what I would need. But if you get into that thing of, well, if I'm already paying for it, why shouldn't have to pay for something twice? So Eurovision is a pure political show. I mean, it can be, right? My wife broke her knee and had to wait 4 weeks to see orthopedics. Yeah, I mean, there's no positives, right? All I would say in America is, if you can get through the door, the treatments you get in America are like world class, right? It just costs a lot of money. So if you haven't got medical insurance, you're in a big boat of trouble. So whereas in the UK, even if you get through the door, there's no guarantee that you're going to get quality care because the system is overworked and overloaded. They've got too many patients. They don't know what to do with it. There's no social care funding. Like, the whole system is collapsing under an aging population, with doctors and people feeling like they have an obligation to do everything all at once. And it just is a bit of a mess. And also in the UK, they've kind of spent a lot of time worrying about the problem, and rather than just trying to find solutions, right? And they'll blame, then when someone actually queries, why haven't you found a solution for this, they'll go, oh, well, because COVID. And it's like, well, that's not really an excuse, you know? Yes, it's a part of the problem, but you can't really just go, well, COVID caused it, so what are we going to do? That didn't solve anyone's problems. Yeah, Carnifex, I think that's the best deal. It's something I've been thinking, like, it's something I think the UK should do, right? They'll never do it because they don't want to take money away, but they have this obsession that the NHS is the best thing in mankind because it's free and it's like original. It's like, well, things have to adapt or they fall apart. And I would say if the NHS continues along its path, it's going to collapse anyway because it can't self-sustain. They keep throwing more money at it. It ain't going to solve the problem. So having the ability to go, do you know what? If I am a slightly better off person than the average person, then let me opt into a private treatment, which then mitigates and lifts some of the pressures on the actual public sector, and the public sector can get going through other stuff, right? I mean, that's what I think you should do. So I'm having a tooth pulled in a couple of weeks. It's 650 out of pocket physician insurance. Oh, yeah, it's ridiculous, isn't it? As I said, like, it's not that I think the US system is good, in the sense that I think it's like unfair and it's like total monopoly, and they've like America basically let the pharmaceutical companies and the medical insurance companies and the billables and all these departments get like a monopoly and lobby and basically take control. There's no oversight. So it's not like it's good. It's just the treatment you get in America, because it's so competitive, essentially, because hospitals are fighting against each other hospitals, tends to be very good once you get through the door. Just paying for the privilege to get through the door is the hard part. So the thing some people are forgetting is that in the US, you're also left with more money in the end of the year than in the EU. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the thing, philosophist, right? Nothing is free in this world. You can call it free, like medical care. Someone's got to foot the bill, and it's either coming from taxes or something else. There's always a cost element, isn't it? Hey, Space Toad. Yeah, it's going well. Today is a good day. Yeah, it's just very, very complicated. Like, I watch Hassan a lot, right? Hassan is a Twitch streamer. And there was an incident with Cutie Cinderella where she obviously was like, I don't have medical insurance. And you think someone has, you know, she's wealthy in the sense that she's well off. She's not like probably a billionaire, but she's, you know, she can afford her way, would have medical insurance. But as he pointed out, like, access to the right medical cover plan and the systems, information is deliberately complex, because they don't want you to have medical insurance because they know they can profit off you if you don't. And it's just a horrible world that we live in, that, you know, people want to profit off people's lives. But I guess that's the world we live in these days, right? So no live arena. I'm actually on a live arena sabbatical, G-Man. I haven't done live arena in 3 days. Believe it or not. We will be doing some tag team arena tonight, because the tag team tournament, the tournaments are actually quite good at the moment. Some of them. You know, a barrel, that's not bad. It's better than a one glyph. I'll take a barrel. Even the refills are pretty good. It's not too bad. Yeah, exactly, Castle. I mean, it's because there's no oversight, right? The government, the Democrats are trying to add more oversight to the medical system. But I think it's getting bogged down into the socialist versus capitalist discussion and argument. Nobody really wants either. People just want companies not to profit gouge their products just because they have a trademark, right? I mean, if it costs them $20 to make insulin and they charge $30, everyone in the world would go, do you know what? We don't expect companies to do something for no profit. That's a reasonable price. But if something costs $20 and then they charge you $1,000, that's a bit unacceptable. You know, that's just terrible in my opinion. Oh, yes, I would definitely, by the way, guys, this is 100% worth. I can't really quite comprehend that they threw a tier 2 stone up here. That's really worth. Like, I'd definitely do this. I mean, Fire Night's a good tournament to run anyway. I'll be doing this, 100%. Like, that's basically 100 tier 1s, was it 50 tier 1 soul stones in terms of thing. Me and Airbad were having a discussion earlier about how he values this event here. Now, he was looking at this from how many essence do these coins exchange to? Where I was looking at it from how many soul stones do I need to pull to earn this amount of coins? So he was basically looking at well, these coins convert to a certain amount of essence. It's like 20 essence, something. I was like, well, actually, you get enough to make 2 tier 2 stones, which is about 100 tier 1 stones. So essentially, this is worth 100 tier 1. And when you translate 100 tier 1s into how much you have to farm, it's about 5 weeks of Iron Twins and Hydra. So this one event is worth, in terms of how much you would need to farm to get the stuff, about 5 weeks worth of farming. But there's other ways you can look at it, right? So it's interesting to see how Airbad approached it versus how my mindset approached it. Because I always think, you know, how much effort am I saving in terms of earning, not necessarily the payoff. So I live in Belgium and my wife is from Wales. She went to our hospital here. She never seen that in her life. You can go to whatever doctor you want. Your files are digital. This is the thing, Turgle, right? My nan was in hospital a couple of years ago, and she was ready to go home, healthy, fine. The nurses on the ward were like saying she's ready to go home, but because they couldn't find a doctor to physically walk up to the ward to push a button on the computer to go, she can be discharged, they kept her in another night. And these are the little things that make the whole NHS system inefficient. Because, like, if you've got a patient who doesn't need to be there, taking up a bed overnight, not only do you run the risk of that patient contracting some sort of hospital-borne virus, because obviously it's a hospital, people are ill, you're bound to generate it. That could have been a bed that someone else could have got who's waiting for it in A&E, or waiting for it in a high dependency unit, or waiting for it in a triage unit. Like, I don't know. It feels like they need to get all the big wigs and all these trust fund execs that go to these charity balls out of the decision making and bring some of the like frontline workers into decision making positions, because I feel like some of those frontline workers would probably get half of the stuff done like in half the time. Like they would just figure out ways to make things more efficient because they're living it every single day. So there you go. I mean, the Ice Golem tournament was trash. Cool, to be fair. The Ice Golem tournament was trash. Is the finite tournament worth it if you're not level 20? I think level 16, by the way, Jessica. Can you do level 16? Because actually 16 or 20 is the best for dungeon diver points anyway, right? There's not much difference between 16 and 20. So if you can do 16, then it's worth it. Because I still think, like, you know, the gear won't be as good as 20, but this tier 2 stone, like, it's very hard. It's like there's a lot of resources to actually acquire that. So, do you know if Krakart's passive works on shield bolster sets? It should do. I see no reason why not. Bolster, the only thing that comes to mind, zeroed in, is Bolster is a protection mode 1, which means you generally can't do anything with it. Like, you can't steal it, you can't remove it, even your allies can't do anything. But so Bolster, maybe not. But I'd imagine other shields you could, but I haven't tested it, to be honest. I have heard, but I haven't tested it. It's very difficult to test, but it should work. Should work exactly like that. So that's only if you hoard everything staff style, but if you sell crap souls, it's not that much. Yeah, that's true. The tournaments are coloured. I don't really know why, but there you go. It's almost like they ran out of ideas, so they just thought, let's make it a pick a mix colour tournament schedule. Yeah, quarantine. I've been there. It's ridiculous. It's awful. The thing is, with mine, she didn't even need care at home because she's got a pretty, you know, my mum's nearby. She's got a pretty well adjusted house and everything. But they just couldn't find a doctor to discharge her. I'm like, you know, surely by now in today's age, someone down in A&E could find a doctor with an iPad and tell them to press a button on an iPad, right? Why do they have to be physically in the ward? Like, come on. Or let the nurses, let the ward sister make the decision because they're the ones treating them on a day-to-day basis. They're qualified, so... No, you haven't missed the Fusion talk. We're going to talk about that in a second. Moon Baboon and Michael. Hey, Twisted, welcome. Do you think the new guy that pays the upcoming food will be guaranteed from voids? I doubt it, Gelner. Very much so. Honestly, I don't hate these new rewards taunts. So I thought the Ice Golem was pretty bad, Stiko. This one is pretty good. I actually think, in general, this is okay. The energy refills. I'm not necessarily overwhelmed by the barrel, but I think a barrel is useful for some people. I actually thought this 50 superior oil was worth. I thought the Magisteel was bad. I wouldn't put Magisteel in here because like 75 Magisteel is like 10 arena fights. It's not worth it. I wouldn't have put Magisteel. This 50 oil though, it's about 700 energy saving. I take that. So I've gone and I tried to acquire that. I will probably go all the way up to this. I don't know if I'll get the final 200 stalls. I think that up to the tier 2 is worth it. But I got to do a lot of things. I obviously haven't played a lot today to get that done. I don't know what's coming in Dungeon Divers tomorrow either. And obviously we've got a champion chase as well. But, you know. But I think I'm all for them shaking up the rewards things, right? These rewards are not the worst idea. So long as we don't lose all of the books. Because that's what we are losing right now. And Airbad will tell you, we're losing books out of this. Where are you getting your legendary books from if you can't get it from your training tournaments? And from the top, the epic books are going from the top of these rewards. So if it's a one-off, it's fine. But let's not, like, lose all of the big rewards we actually cared about. You know? So, yeah. You have a cheeky theory that all the books will be in the champion chase? Possibly. I actually, in the end, guys, I didn't pull for Taras or Marichka because I decided to take a sabbatical completely from Live Arena and realized that those champions are kind of irrelevant for my account outside of Arena. So I wasn't willing to invest loads of money to get them. So as much as they're great champions, like there was no void packs that I wanted to really... I didn't want to whale. I just felt like morally it wasn't acceptable. So... You know, isn't stage 25 worth for Dungeon Divers? I think it's better stage. No. So stage 20, if you care about efficiency for divers points, is the best one, really, for gear and like, it's a good trade-off. 25 is only for 6-star legendary gear, and then hard mode really should farm if you can, but obviously finite. We know hard mode's a bit of a pants deal, really. It's awful. So yeah, so I just decided, like, I realized, and here's the thing, right? This is the realization I came to. I have built in the last week Oella. Right? I built Oella. I rebuilt Elva, rebuilt the clan boss team, and I've also built Uko. I have had more fun trying to use my Oella and Elva and the clan boss team than I have trying to use Uko in Live Arena. So that told me, why am I trying to force myself to enjoy Live Arena when I don't need to? So I have not touched Live Arena for, I don't know, is it 2 days now? Let's see, battle log. Yeah, I haven't touched it in ages, see? I'll probably fight one fight tonight just so that I don't decay, but I have zero interest anymore in pushing up. To me, Live Arena is just a bit of a fail right now. I'm not interested in it. It's making me annoyed with the game and putting me in a bad mood, and I think for my own sanity and for the thing that I want to do on content-wise, it's not something I'm really interested in at the moment. I'll wait for it to stabilize. So that's why I didn't go for the summoning, because I realized I'm only really considering Taras and Marichka in the context of Live Arena. I'm like, if I'm not that interested in Live Arena, then I don't need them right now. You know, they'll probably release another OP Void Legendary in a week's time, and then we'll be back in the same boat where everyone needs to get this new Void Legendary because it's really strong. So these things go in cycles. You need to build Ultimate Death Knight. No, God, no. Yeah, I mean, I've picked up some crests, but I'll be honest, like, it's slowing down. I don't know, guys. I just decided that Live Arena was having a negative impact on me as a person, and therefore I should just avoid it for the time being until it didn't. So yeah. So we'll do one fight tonight, probably, just so that I don't decay. So let's talk about the new fusion. Now, I got a feeling this fusion, I got a feeling this is going to be another one of those Ultimate Death Knight moments where I'm going to get a lot of criticism from people. But I think my logic and reasoning is sound. We've even had internal debates internally at HH Game. The guys think this is I'm being too endgamey with this. Am I thinking? Just get the image up. So the guys think I'm being too endgamey with my thought process. Jetney the Giant. Looks freaking cool, right? I mean, she's carrying a Mason Axe. Looks pretty awesome. I just feel like... this champion is a Golden War Maiden. I just don't see any reason why anyone with any sort of sensible brain would ever put legendary books and build this champion out. I just don't understand it. And here's my reasoning, right? So let's look at it from the 4 main angles. As an end game player, right? Someone in my position where, to be honest, the only thing that's left for me to do is trying to push higher Live Arena, right? There's no reason why I would use this champion in my position, because I don't need an AoE decreased defense champion, and in the level of arena that I'm playing, you don't debuff, right? Debuffs are bad because of polymorph, so debuffs are irrelevant. So that immediately takes away decreased defense and stun. So then all you get is a champion who is spirit affinity that places buffs. Well, there's a champion right now that is so dominant in the arena meta called Rotus that is magic affinity, so you can't kill Rotus. So because she can't kill Rotus, you immediately have a problem of, well, what do I do with this champion? Because she's not going to hit hard enough. Like, especially if you've got, like, she's not going to replace Constantine. She's not going to replace Baron. She isn't going to replace Jorgid. She's not going to replace Quintus when people get them. Not going to replace Taras. Not going to replace Leorius. Not going to place, like, she's not going into endgame arena meta. So that's the first thing. So from an endgame perspective, this champion, to me, doesn't add any value, because all she becomes is an AoE decreased defense with a bit of damage. Because this passive is only truly relevant for arena. Like, outside of a few occasions where you're fighting a Krisk, like, you don't really care about this passive outside of arena. Ignore defense is nice, but it's not like it's ignoring a lot of defense. So that's endgame. She's not, I can tell you guys right now, she will not hit hard enough for endgame arena. She's the wrong affinity to start with. Otherwise, you'd see Ruel more often, right? Ruel hits really freaking hard, but he can't work because of different things requires the debuff. Now, there's some, there's some arguments to say, well, maybe if you pair it with the ally. But I'll be honest, then if you're trying to justify her by basically saying you need the ally, that ally is probably going to be a Void Legendary. I'd be 70% confident saying this Alsgore Crimson Horn is probably going to be, is 100% going to be a Legendary, probably a Void Legendary. Which means you can't really look at a kit with, well, if you pair it with this guy, well, it's like, well, if you think that when Vlad came out, these are the champions I'm thinking about. When Vlad came out, people were like, well, it's all right, but you don't have Constantine, so he's kind of useless. And everyone hated on Vlad. He's only really good now since they gave him another AoE. But then even when you compare the two champions, right, Vlad has 50% turn meter drop on an A2. He's also got an AoE decreased defense and AoE block active skills. He's also got a revive on death passive, a heal on an A1, and he's got a partnership that actually is way strong. When he's with Constantine, he gets a lot more turn meter. He gets a full heal. He gets all these other things on his passive. This chick is basically an AoE decreased defense, because the stun is not a high enough chance at 50% to really be warranted. 50% chance on an A1 is good, but you can't depend on that on a single target ability. Sure, she's good for, like, I guess, decreased defense in the arena, but she's not going to hit hard. I don't know. I just think she's, like, if you think, right, so from a new player's perspective, let's go in from a new player's perspective. Say, like, I started playing this game at the start of the year. Well, I just got Supreme Hellhades. So why would I want this champion? Because Supreme Hellhades a void nuker that does 20% more base damage because of her increased attack and everything. Like, Supreme Hellhades out DPSs this champion because of her affinity to begin with. So then you start going into, okay, well, if you're not going to use her as an arena nuker, what about a drop defense? Well, I can just go farm War Maiden. And I don't need legendary books. Or I can just go and use that free code and get a Deacon. And then all I need is epic books. I think that's where I'm coming from, is it's not that her kit is bad. It's that you basically have to invest 12 legendary books to make her relevant, because these cooldowns are quite high. 4 and 5 turn cooldown. If I have a look at Vlad, and because Vlad is a type of champion I'm looking at, because Vlad is a similar situation when he came out. People were like, well, he's okay, but he needs his partnership. We're talking double 3 turn cooldown. So you're only going to get this on a 3 and a 4 turn cooldown. That's actually quite long. I don't know. I just feel like you get so many good, like, you know, I'm thinking on my free to play as well. My free to play right now, which will be starting up soon, hopefully. I'll be back on it in the next couple of days, hopefully. Like, I got Mr. Adidaithi. He places on a 4-turn cooldown, 100% chance to place decreased defense, and he gets an extra turn if he places that. So it's effectively a 3-turn cooldown. He also gets a self-buff and increased attack and increased accuracy, which is stronger than increased crit rate and increased crit damage. The crit rate is good, but you don't get increased attack. This is Gembo's problem. Gembo doesn't get increased attack, which still requires him to run an Arbiter with him. So this guy, on a 4-turn cooldown, I get a 3-turn increased attack and increased accuracy, and I get lots of chances to get an extra turn. And he's epic, which means I only have to invest 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 epic books, where you want me to invest 12 legendary books potentially to get a 100% chance of a decreased defense and some damage. Nah. She's a golden War Maiden. She just, like, what you got to think about, like, here's the other thing, right? She has no turn meter control. She has no guaranteed crowd control. She's got no team buffing. She's basically a drop defense with some damage and some self buffs. And that is all you're going to get out of her. It's a lot of investment for an account. Like, if you think 12 legendary books is about a month worth of farming for legendary books, are you going to put it into a champion that basically does what War Maiden and Deacon, which are both available to new players on an easy access, can do with rare and epic books? I mean, 100% chance on a 3-turn cooldown to place decreased defense. And she can do a fair bit of damage, War Maiden. You know, you get an extra hit. Thanks, Cat. Decimating my house. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know, guys. What do you think? Like, am I being too endgame thinking this way? I'm just looking at from a resource investment. Is she worth 12 legendary books for what she does? Is she worth taking the 60, putting in your team, and investing 12 legendary books for what she does right now? And I would say no, because there are better alternatives. And if there are better alternatives, then you start going, well, if I was in the mood to skip a fusion, this might be the one. Because you can't even argue like, oh, well, she'd be good for faction wars. It's like, well, War Maiden is in the faction. I'll do her myself, right? So I'm saying here, don't do it. I'm not saying don't do it. I'll do it because it's a free clan versus clan or champion chase points, right? But I just think when you compare it to something like Supreme Hellhades, at least Supreme Hellhades had some, like, you know, she didn't need an extra champion to get an extra turn. she had like this kind of cool thing where she ignored a bunch of effects, where she was void, she did more damage, like she actually had more things about her. The rabbit had a unique passive. You know, when you're making a fusion, you don't have to necessarily make them OP, but if you just make them carbon copy glorified War Maiden, then it's a bit meh. I'm like... Yeah, she's very book heavy. So... I mean, I can speed farm faction Wars 21 anyway. When we speed farm faction 21 was. There's your speed farm. One shot everything. My Alika AoEs, one shot. Easy. 3-turn cooldown. Chill. You know? Your Carl. Faction war free farm. It's not even like you need a nuker in this faction. You get Scylla the Drakes and your Carl for free. For free. Like, they probably, the duo together, can speed farm it pretty comfortably. I don't know. So that's my verdict on the fusion. I think, you know, if you can do it and you want to do it, great. But if you're in the mood that you actually want to skip a fusion, I think this is the one. I think this is skippable. So you always worry when you say, should you skip a fusion? I can't see anything in this champion's kit that I immediately go, that you might need that someday in the future. You know, the rabbit, I was saying you might see. To be fair, I got it initially wrong with the rabbit because I didn't think we could speed tune it. But once you could speed tune it, obviously his value changed tremendously. Because if you couldn't speed tune it in Clan Boss, the rabbit wouldn't be getting as much hype and excitement as he is now. So it all also depends on Alsgore, right? If Alsgore is like super OP, then maybe it's like better, right? Because, like, let's look at Oella. Oella's an interesting fusion to compare her to, right? Because Oella came out, and when people are like, is she that good? I mean, you get a 30% fill, increased resistance, you get, you know, this big heal. But what has Oella got for her? Firstly, an increased duration on the 3-turn cooldown. Makes her an extender for Clan Boss if you haven't got someone like a Sandlashed or a Neri, right? It gives you an option that you might want to run for that 2-to-1 setup. Secondly, increased resistance. This is probably the best increased resistance champion in the game. And we don't know when you might need it. You might need an increased resistance in the future. So this, again, puts her in this boat of maybe you can't skip this one. You also get this cool passive where you get some good healing. 100% chance for decreased speed is very valuable in a lot of pieces of content. And a massive aura. So when we're looking at Oella as a fusion, is she the best fusion in the world? No. Was she skippable? No, because you never know when you're going to need the res buff with this volume of healing. And what I'm noticing is she's actually a phenomenal healer as well the more I'm using her. And also she was in a faction where if you didn't have 20 Sacreds, you would have needed a hard carry for this faction, and the epics weren't very big apart from White Dryad Nia, which is a guaranteed void. The epics were not that powerful in terms of keeping your team alive. Her in a team will keep any team alive. So that makes her more desirable as a fusion, right? Because she's filling a few boxes that we don't have. This champion here, well, we didn't need a decreased defense for the Barbarians. Did we need another damage dealer? Well, you could argue another damage dealer. Fine. But she didn't bring anything else. Like... And I also feel like this Towering of Might should have been a 3-turn cooldown. So... The other thing that someone mentioned to me was, oh, well, it's a decreased defense champion that deals damage. I'm like, in an arena setting, that's awful. Right? You don't want to do damage and do debuffs in an arena setting because you will proc Resurgent. This is half of what Romantu's problem is. His multipliers are so strong that even if you strip damage out, sometimes he will take the champion below a certain percentage of HP, proc Resurgent, and then he takes his passive that he's just, you know, those debuffs that he's just placed off of the champion because it procs Resurgent. So if she hits too hard, then she's going to place decreased defense, and then instantly it's going to go off. So you can't really depend upon it then, which means then you go, well, I don't build with any damage, which then means you're just building a War Maiden. And Polymorph, yeah. She's not, so for me, she's not an Arena Nuker. She can't beat Rotus. So what I mean by Arena Nuker, she's not a top tier Arena Nuker. She's not in the categories of Jorgid. And some people might say, well, you know, I'm not fighting Krakens. I'm like, well, if you're not fighting Krakens, your Supreme Elhain can one-shot stuff. Your free Gembo from the Prime code, if you had Amazon Prime, can one-shot stuff. Your starter champion can one-shot stuff. Like, there are champions in this game you do not need that can just be built up to do damage. Like, I can probably put my sniper in arena. Actually, let's just see that now, right? Obviously, my gear is really good, but just for context, let's find a reasonable team that isn't going to one-shot me. Here we go. Let's take this team here, right? Let's keep it reasonable. Just going to make sure she's fast enough. Is she fast enough? No. Okay. Can't use her. I'm trying to find a decreased defense champion. You're fast enough. Let's go with you. I don't know her multipliers, Ben, but I can predict that she's not going to do it based on her kit. Now, okay, my gear is really good. I'm not saying that everyone can do that, but my point example is if you're going to categorize a champion as, well, not everyone's fighting in the Kraken tier. Well, any old champion can one-shot something in low gold 5. Any old champion. Like, that's not a Savage Cruel sniper. That would have been even easier if she was in Savage Cruel. You can literally build any good, decent multiplier-based champion to do that job. You don't need a whole new legendary to do, well, it's good in arena because I don't have a nuker. Like, you know, talking spirit affinity nukers, what's a better spirit affinity nuker? Can't be debuffed. So if we want a spirit affinity nuker, well, Magnar's really good for it because he can't be debuffed. So I don't know. I'm struggling with it. Hey, YST. I disagree with you on this one. I'm going for it because I don't have more than 2 nukers. Ignore defense, ignore shields, and green affinity to go against all the red supports. Yeah, I don't know. I guess, Plagues. Hey, Taha. I am doing well. We're just talking about the fusion now. I mean, it's 20% more damage versus shields. Yes, but it'll only be for the shield value. And again, you can't rate this champion based on what the other ally does because we don't know whether you're going to be able to get that other champion. Yes, Altan was a champion training, right? Sure. But he could be trash. And if he's trash, you know, yeah, Yannicka is free. That's exactly a good point there. People are making that point out there. Yannicka, you can get her from the clan shop. Yannicka is straight up a top tier, like, capable Spirit Affinity nuker, where she ignores shield buffs. She will place a perfect veil and grant herself an extra turn. She will then attack all enemies. Do you see what I mean? Like, as I said, so what I would say to people in terms of this fusion, if you don't care about as in you do every fusion, then fine, do it. I don't think necessarily you need to summon her straight away. I'd keep her for champion chase points. If you are feeling burnt out and you need a break from fusions, this one is skippable. This one is skippable. Because I don't think anything in this champion's kit you're going to regret not getting. Because that's always the risk when you skip a fusion. Is there something in the kit that I'm going to regret not having? She has nothing in here that you're gonna regret. Like, I just don't see, like, I just don't see anything in here that makes her so unique that you're gonna miss, you know? Yeah, so like Marinix is another champion that came up that, you know, I wouldn't have skipped Marinix because you never know when a hex was needed because there wasn't that many hex champions, right? You're looking at availability of what the champion does. She places hex. How many champions are capable of placing hex? Not many. You know, so you might not have a hex placing champion. Akentum, they're adding more and more, but at the time when she was released, there wasn't many hex champions. There's so many AoE decreased defense champions in this game that are just good Deacon, Stag, Duke, Mr. Adadaithe. I mean, the list goes on. War Maiden. Like, there are so many accessible champions that you can just farm or acquire. You're not going to miss that, which means then all she is an AoE increase self-buffing champion with a chance of an A1 stun. I mean, yes, I don't know. A lot said skip that. Morrigan. Yeah, so I actually said with Morrigan, if you already had a Lysandra and you already had a Deacon, then you could skip it if you wanted to. But the passive was unique. Again, you're looking at the kit going, does she do something that no other champion does? Yes. She places an unremovable heal reduction. So if you're in a situation, aka the Sand Devil, where you can't have the enemy healing, maybe this is really valuable. So again, when I was looking at this, I never said this is worth skipping, because I did say she wasn't the best turn meter booster, because I feel like Lysandra is better. But she has an aura and a passive which is very strong, so you don't skip it because you just don't know when you need it. So, you know. So hey, I'm pretty new I'm pretty new in game. I didn't get my Sil yet, and it will be my first fragment event try. Do you recommend this event or skip? It's really difficult. I never ever like saying skip an event. The only thing I'm saying is if you feel like you want to skip an event, skip the event. That's the difference I'm saying here. I'm not saying skip the event. I'm saying if you feel like you need to and you're having less enjoyment because you feel burnt out from it, this is a fusion that you can actually skip, I think, without losing. So it just depends on where you are with your account. If you feel like you can go for the fusion, then you should always try to, I guess, because if you want to get the champion, because you know, maybe there's something crazy that comes out that just makes her perfect for it. I can't see it personally. You know, I don't know. It's hard for me to say. I'm struggling with her a little bit. I don't want to be down on the new fusion. That's the thing. For progression, you should get her. I don't think she's that good for progression, Timothy. I'll be honest. I really don't think she's that good for progression. Progression champions are normally someone who has a lot of turn meter or crowd control, or someone who enables your team. They're not normally just raw damage dealers, because often or not, you're using your starter as the damage dealer. I don't think she's that crazy for progression option. You know, like the thing with Vlad when he came out, I actually thought he was a very good progression champion, was because of this A2 ability where he could drop turn meter and apply leech on a 50% chance here. So that's a lot of turn meter control. So it helps you get through the waves. That's the only reason why I said he was great for progression when he first came out, was because of this A2. She just doesn't have enough control for me to be a progression champion. So if you were saying you were running low on the Doomtown Legos, yeah, I'm nearly through them all. I've only got 2 more to go. So I'll get her for fodder, right? Because I need to keep my fusion summon vault up. We've only got like 2 of them here. We're running out. Yeah, like if you start an account today, you can get Deacon for free on a code. You can get a starter champion. If you can farm the 15 ancients, you can get Rhonda. So you're like, well, Rhonda will be your damage dealer probably, I guess, if that's the way you want to go, or your starter champion. Deacon's going to be your utility carry, and you can go farm War Maiden if you need a dedicated arena drop defense. I just don't see why you would want to invest. Like, she's not going to be useful in arena until you drop books into her. It's going to be a Deacon issue. Until you ascend her, probably, until you drop books into her, she is not going to be useful, which is a lot of investment. You've done all the Doom Tower champs. Oof, I feel for you bad. Exactly, Kessel. I think that's where I'm kind of at, is it's not so much that she's a bad champion, it's the level of investment required to make her a viable champion against alternatives is much higher. Oh, they got rid of the Rhonda, didn't they? Yeah, you got rid of the Rhonda. You can get Ultimate Death Knight as well if you want. I actually think Deacon's better starters, but it's because I really dislike Ultimate Death Knight. Yeah, I'll admit, I don't get burnt out on fusions. I actually believe if there wasn't a fusion, a lot of people wouldn't have much to do in the game. So, in some respects, I actually think fusions are an important thing because it keeps the game moving forward. It keeps you doing events for a reason. If you didn't have the events to do, then you'd probably get a little bit like, well, why am I doing everything? So I actually think fusions are really important. So, but I do respect that people probably feel a little bit burnt out as well. So in that respect, probably if people are feeling burnt out, then it's something that they should deal with personally and take a break from it, right? People can feel it if, not everyone is the same. Some people can feel burnt and some people can't. We'll see what her multipliers are, but I can tell you now, like someone's saying, have you seen her multipliers? How can you know? I can look at the kit and tell you whether or not she's going to do a lot of damage. She will hit hard, but hitting hard and doing a lot of damage is a totally different thing. Ruel hits hard. Ruel is one of the hardest hitting champions in the game. He can't do a lot of damage because of the way that he sets up his damage is too conditional. And this, she's going to be decent damage because she ignores 20% defense, right? So you put her in Savage Cruel, she'll get to 30% ignore defense on that A2. It will hit reasonably hard. Will it be hard enough that it's going to resolve the arena meta? No, because she's going to have the Baron problem. Reaction, Stone Skin, one hitting against Rotus. So if you're fighting Rotus, you have to use her A3, and you probably build her with 70% crit rate anyway. So you're starting with A3, which doesn't ignore defense. So the A3 hits twice, probably doesn't hit hard enough. You probably activate different passives because of the way she's hitting twice. Maybe you do some crazy stuff with it. She's not going to hit hard enough on this A2. She hasn't got any ignore defense on the A3, sorry. She hasn't got any ignore defense. She hasn't got any ignore mechanics. She's not going to get through a neck wreck. She's not going to get through Stone Skin. She's not going to get through Ultimate Death Knight. So you're in this position where you're like, okay, well, you've got to wait it out. And then she becomes a bit of a squishy bot because she is an attack-based champion. And she's Spirit, which means people like Hefrak, people like Rotus are going to eat her for dinner. Just my two thoughts. But I'm not trying to be negative on the fusion. I just think there are better options for you as a player that don't require you to invest 12 legendary books. You want to see a braces free smile. Yeah, look, it's gone. Teeth. They still feel weird though. It feels good. Yeah, Elzeba, but this fusion won't start for another week, right? It'll start next week, so there's always one every month. Always one every month. Look at that pretty smile. Thank you. It does feel weird, honestly. Did you build Supreme Elhain? I don't know what to do. Meaning to go. She's still in my portal, Almir. I haven't even pulled her yet. I'm waiting for an opportune moment to make the points worth it. She's basically Spirit at best that may or may not hit as hard. That's a good... Uncle, that is a great analysis. I think that's a very good take. That's a great take, actually. She's basically Spirit Abyss. I mean, I wonder how close she is to Spirit Abyss. Apart from Abyss's A3 weird funkiness. Let's have a look. We'll have a look. When are we getting to see a new push against Fire Night Hard Stage 10? Probably once I get some silver back and I start, figuring it out, Greffen. I'm still trying to refine the Ice Golem. The Ice Golem team is looking stable now. It's just, can I save time? I gotta say, Oella Elva is kind of an obnoxious healing combo. It's very hard for it to die. Very hard. Yeah, I need to have a look at Fire Night 10 again. Abyss smacks, but again, this is the thing, Stevie boy. Abyss hits hard, but do you ever see her being used? No, because you can't enable her very well. She can't kill Duchess to start with, and she doesn't hit hard enough. Does Alva have a sub? I don't really know. I wonder if Oella could duo it with Drang Hands. I don't know if you need both. I've just done it to make it 100%. Where is she? Abyss. So Abyss has an A1, throws a debuff away. An A2, which is 100% decreased defense on a 3-turn cooldown. So basically identical. And then A3 on a 4-turn cooldown, identical to that other one. Attacks all damage, and it's got all this funky mechanics, so not a self-buff. So yeah, basically, she's a Spirit Abyss with a few more mechanics. But Abyss hits reasonably hard, but nowhere near enough. You have to do more than smacks in Arena State. That's it, Billy. It needs to have ignore capabilities, right? If it doesn't do... Ignores 50% defense. Ignores strengthen, stone skin, unkillable, block damage, increased defense, added protection shield. This is the kind of top tier nuke you need. So she's definitely not a top tier nuker. And then when you get into that mid tier nuker, I'm like, well... Any champion can really mid-tier nuke. You don't need anything special to get yourself into Gold 5. And if you care about Live Arena, well, you're probably fighting the big boys for a couple more weeks anyway. Yeah, exactly. She's going to be literally glass cannon, this champion. She's not going to have any form of survivability. She has no survival instincts. You know, it's the same thing with Supreme Elhain. You can't really run Supreme Elhain if she's going to take an attack. But at least with Supreme Elhain, for example, she's immune to decreased attacks, so she can't be debuffed. She's going to inflict 20% more damage, flat. So there's not just 20% against shields, it's 20% raw damage. She also increases damage based on debuffs. She also ignores ally protection, strength, and steam. So in terms of like which arena nuker, we've only just had Supreme Elhain as a fusion the last couple of months. So surely if you were picking a champion and you're a reasonably, 6 to 12 month player, there's no reason why you would drop your Supreme Elhain as a nuker for this new one. She's Void. The other one's Spirit. She can kill Rotus. Well, she can kill Rotus with this A1. I just, So issue with Live Arena where top player can't play with none. Yeah, I mean, Bobby can't play with anyone. He can now. There's a new player. So him and this person here, I can't really say their name, they can play each other. They're the only ones that can play each other. They're basically the only people these two can find are each other. Yeah, rant's over. I wouldn't say that's a rant though, G-Man. I think that's just me being very analytical about the champion. The TLDR of it's basically, if you want to go for the fusion, go for it. If you feel like you're worn out, don't go for it. But I just wouldn't recommend you invest in tons of resources into the champion that you can go farm in campaign to do the same thing. But yeah, these guys... Literally, when Rats got up to this tier, he couldn't queue the game. He couldn't play the game because of battle rules. So in this tier here, because they get battle rules, they can't draft people of a lower rating, so they physically cannot fight anyone except themselves. They're the only people they're the only people that can draw. It could even be 10 people, but I don't know if that's true, Kessel. So... I haven't seen anything in the code to suggest that. Normally they put that in the code about a week or two before it gets released. So I haven't seen anything to suggest we have a new login champion. They don't even get bots. Lucas, they don't get bots. I've spoken with... Wolfie, when he's not in gold, Wolfie... He can draft you. When he's in gold, because of the battle rules, he can't draft you. He literally showed me a screenshot when he's like, I can't do anything. It just spins and spins and spins. What'll happen is he gets decayed down if he doesn't fight, and then you can fight him. There's no bots in gold at the moment, Lucas. I can confirm it because I've spoken directly with Rats. He just gets nothing at the moment. If he match makes in Live Arena at the moment, he gets nothing. He's just stuck, waiting for people. Obviously, it's a temporary thing, because once people climb up, it's fine. But he just said, in 5 days, he'll decay back down to silver, win one fight, go back up to gold, and then he'll be there for another 5 days. So... yeah, I mean, the problem is you can't lose a fight if you can't find a fight, Mike. That's the problem. You actually can't... you don't get a match, so you can't decay naturally. You have to wait the 5 days, and then you get back into silver, and then you go back up to gold. So, Smurf, 6 months. God, it has flown by, isn't it? Has it been 6 months since we've been streaming proper? That's crazy. That is crazy. 6 months. Wow. Welcome back. You're probably one of the OGs by now. by far. I mean, bots in live arena are essential, Bronco, because eventually, what you got to understand, right? We were working this out the other day. Once I get into silver, I can't decay to bronze, okay? So you can decay by not playing live arena in bronze, but once you've left bronze, you can never decay back into bronze. So if I'm at 1300 points, I'm forever in 1300 points. Like, I, in my account, can never physically earn a bronze crest ever again. I physically can't go back. So what happens when eventually all the players get to silver and you want to start playing live arena? Well, if you haven't got anyone in bronze because everyone is in silver, how do you get to silver? You can't. So you need a bot. That's why bots are essential. As long as bots are being delivered in a accessible and reasonable way, and not every fight is a bot, I think it's okay. But essentially, you're going to need bot support to get yourself up to silver, because people, once they get into silver, can never go back to bronze. It does happen in bronze, Mike. I've had it confirmed that people have said they fought a few times in bronze, never got to silver, and then started decaying when they didn't fight in bronze. So you can decay in bronze. I don't know whether that's intentional or not. The code definitely says decay starts at 1300. But people have confirmed to me that you can lose points in bronze. But I think once you get into silver, you can't decay back into bronze. But it is lose 3 fights in a row and then you get a bot. Did I ever get test server access? No, I didn't. I mean, the problem... So... Aileel is good, Ben, until you fight someone who knows how to fight Aileel, and then Aileel's terrible. That's one of those things. Aileel is only good into certain comps. I wonder if... honestly, Mike, I think it's a bug. I don't think they ever intended for decay to happen in bronze. I just think that they've got it like inactivity after 5 days you start decaying, and then they've got a criteria that says 1300 minimum. But obviously, if you've never hit 1300, that's probably where it's gone wrong. So, I think it's a bug. So yeah, you can decay in bronze, but once you hit silver, you can't drop back down. You're stuck. So my account, for example, earned 1700 bronze crests, 1700, and it's not able to earn any more bronze crests ever again. So essentially, I can only spend for bronze upgrades 3.2% of those upgrades on actually using bronze rewards. Everything else is going to have to come from silver or above. Which is fine, it's just a bit dumb. That's the way the system is built. Yeah, you could Swift Cut, but here's the thing, right? Right now everyone is struggling to get out of certain tiers because people are moving up. But you can see eventually these guys are just going to be always climbing. It's an exponential growth cycle. Okay, so eventually, it might take 12 to 18 months. Every player will be in Gold 4. It's going to happen, because eventually these players just keep winning more than they lose, and as long as you win more than you lose, you gain points. So as long as you sustain a positive win rate, you will always climb. It might take a while, you might get there quicker than other people, but eventually the whole player base will be in Gold 4. Which means if I'm a new player in 12 months' time starting to play the game, there isn't going to be a population below me because players have already climbed. There won't be enough people to matchmake against at any point in time because it depends upon a pool of players queuing at the same time. So if there isn't any bots, you can't matchmake someone at bronze 900 with gold 4800. It's just not going to work that way. The matchmaking algorithm just cannot work. So... yeah, if you lose 3 in a row, actually I should just fight one here quickly just so that I don't decay. If you lose 3 in a row, you get a bot. I've tested it, I've confirmed it like 4 times now. Lose 3 in a row, you get a bot. Yeah, so as long as you... so what I mean by a positive win rate, as long as you're hitting 50%, right? If you hit 50% win rate, you'll climb. It might take you forever, but you'll eventually climb. So... you could do Swift Cut. I just think bots are the easiest solution, right? That's why I think they've done bots, because it just means that, one, they can implement a positivity framework. So if you've lost 3 in a row, we can give you some positive wins. And secondly, it's just an easy way to matchmake people back up into the population. You can climb at 45%, but it's really, really low then. It's like, it's going to be forever. It's virtually not climbing that right at that position. So this is going to be an instant loss, isn't it? This is going to be an instant loss. I don't know, Greffen. Every time I've lost 3 in a row, I've got a bot. Because I know it's a bot because they pick like Deliana, Ninja, Scylla the Drakes, Mithrala, right? They pick the starter champions and they ban the leader, and it's just like I get match made against someone who's like 200 rating below me. It's quite clearly not a player. Either that or matchmaking is really funky. Oh, I do go first. I got a stun on the Yuko. It's pretty good. Get some lockout. We can't really stop the damn thing at the moment. She can buff. It's fine. I didn't steal the stone skin. That's what I was hoping for. I'm probably going to lose here. Oh, why didn't he go for a kill? Does he think he can tank my damage or something? I mean, just do that, right? Why didn't he just AoE? He would have killed me. I mean, it should have been. Well, the only thing I would say is I didn't instant lose because I was faster than him. But see, if he had just AoE'd with his Heffrack, he would have killed my Constantine because he was unprotected. So why didn't you just instant kill my team? I have no protection for my nukas. Just kill them. I don't understand that. Anyway, enough of that. Oh, should we do one more just so we get this stupid chest out of the way? We're at 34 out of 35. I mean, even if that just revived me, QWERTY, it bought him time to get his Leorius in play. By basically doing that, he just killed himself. So I think he probably wanted the passive from Heffrack, maybe? I don't really know. I can't tell you. Well, the thing is, my protectors had no shield. So they basically just had the veil. So I would have just, like, one-shot my team. That's what I would have done. I would have just gone, well, I can't AoE with my Leo, so I'll just try and get, like, 2 of the kills down. The worst-case scenario revives them. Oh, this looks fun, doesn't it? How do you gear cleanse every week? This is so boring. I don't even have I planned this week to do a gear cleanse today, Jessica, but I actually have no silver. So I can't gear cleanse. I have like I think maybe 700,000 silver. So I actually can't gear cleanse. Would we be able to know her multiply before the fusion starts or right at the beginning of the fusion? So I can't actually read any of their actual information until the fusion goes live. But there is methods if they have a test server that I can give a spreadsheet to Excel and to Hellhades, and he can work out the multipliers if he wants to. So we'll see. It's not really data mining, it's basically just hitting the same opponent over and over again so we can get some basic numbers and then I can reverse engineer the multipliers. It's a math experiment. So good evening, all. What are your feelings about Hakon Smashlord? Just pulled a 5-star soul for him. He is actually still one of the better cleansers in the game. The cleanse is really strong. It's just a long cooldown. He didn't do an awful lot else. Like his whole like sacrifice HP to deal damage is a bit lame. He is probably on the buff list, I think. Like a champion that should be buffed is dear old Hakon. But he's still a very good cleanser. If I don't take the Kaimar away, I'm never going to get a turn. I'm only doing this because I'm at 34 out of 35 wins. It's not because I want to. I just want to get the chest out of the way. My gear is so terrible. I mean, awesome. I got my first 6-star standard gear piece using the Artifact Enhancement event. Nice. Congrats. Was it a good one? I'm going to lose this, by the way. Oh, we got a sheep. I'm still going to lose this. Because he should... Oh, he's in... Oh, he's alright, actually. I think he's okay. He should have A1 the Uko. But it's fine. Because I don't think I can actually do anything. I have to revive. The only hope I've got is he didn't get Cycler Revenge on his Candy. So it gives me a turn. Because she has to sleep the thing there. If he's got Cycler Revenge, I'm stuffed. If he's got his 8... Yeah, he's got Cycler Revenge. So we try one more revive. Put him back into Vale. Attempt number 3. It's not over yet, but it's looking bleak. Because we could get one shot. Now this is where you want that Candy to never, like, you know, when I use Candy, he always weak hits. This is when you want that Candy to weak hit. Watch as he doesn't. Watch as he double hits me for 100% damage. Watch him go. Ooh, only one. Okay, that's not so bad. I have a chance here. Nice. Kill everyone. There we go. Got there in the end. Anyway, chest. Chest. What are we going to get? Ooh, that's alright. It's impulse, but we'll take it. Ooh, that's alright. Kind of like shockingly bad substats as a 5-star cell. 6-star speed boots, we'll take that. Flat stat cell. Okay, 3, we'll take it. That's enough live arena for one night. Done with you. I'm done with you. Got 280 medals. I'm working towards getting more crit damage, but it's going to take a while. Because I'm on sabbatical now. Can you show your build for Duchess? Yes. Watch as it rolls the flat stat HP twice. Sell. I mean, that's alright. I can stay. No harm having a Zeal set. It's not really high damage. I mean... No. Just straight up sell. It's just trash. Yeah, that Uko, yeah, right. If Uko works, he's really strong. Duchess. So I run my Duchess in Stone Skin. And she is at around, like, basically, I aimed for 250 speed with tanky stats, and then I indexed hard into resist. Howdy from Texas. Hey, y'all. Magnar is still a really solid arena nuker. I wouldn't say the Soul, though, is very valuable, Timothy. Because he's really used as arena nuking, and Crushing Rend is trash. But it's still worth... Like, the champion is good. So... But yeah, that's how I build her. Stone Skin. Got one reaction on it there. Do you have any advice using Rakavaldhide for Hydra without her totally screwing up the Mischief Tank targeting? What does she do again? I don't think she does anything in particular to screw it up, does she? Not really. You can't really control that. The only way you can control that is making sure that your Mischief tank is squishy, so that they're the ones that always get the HP continuous heals because they're low HP. It's very hard. That's the only way I think you can make that work, is whoever you want the Mischief tank to be is generally quite squishy, so that they take more damage, which means they get their continuous heals. The only other way I think you can do is if you make sure everyone has 10 buffs, right? So you could do a strategy like this, which I wouldn't recommend, but you can do it, where you run like an Oella. Like, look how many buffs I'm going to get with this champion set here. Is the premium special energy pack? Tell you what, James, we'll have a look at the pack calculator now on the website and we'll have a look. Can Hydra steal Stone Skin? It absolutely can. God, it's the first time she hasn't one-shot something. First time she hasn't one-shot something. I don't know if it works anymore, Moon Baboon. We took it down because it wasn't working anymore, basically. Now, watch how much continuous heals this duo of Oella Elva actually produces. I actually don't think my Faction Wars team, when I put it together for Silver Watches, can die with these duos. Just look how many continuous heals they're going to get rocking in a minute. So there's 2, 3. I actually don't think they can die. I mean, we've got... It's nuts. Because the thing is, look, we've got 4 continuous heals on Oella. Every time Oella... Every time someone takes 15% of the maximum HP loss, I get a continuous heal. Every time Elva does an A1, I get a continuous heal. Every time she does that A2, she extends the duration of all those heals. And she heals for 30%. Like, this team cannot die. It's so hard for the team to die. Yeah, Taras... So, here's the thing, Shaq. Taras can do it, but he doesn't scale as hard as Seer. Seer scales harder. Because, obviously, she's based on target HP, not his own HP. So, Seer will always scale harder. Do you have any advice for how to build a team? I'm always asking people, and I want to start understanding alone how to build a team. So, it really depends on, like... When you say you want to build a team, it's very content dependent. So, you know, building a clan boss team is completely different to building, say, a dungeon team, which is completely different to building just a wave clearing team, a Doom Tower wave clearing team, boss team. Normally, what you need to do when you build a team is you need to first identify what champions you require to make it work, right? So if you're building a Fire Knight team, you need turn meter control. If you're building a Ice Golem team, you probably need some sort of poisons, or a Dragon team, you need poisons or max HP. Clan boss teams is completely different. I would say for clan boss teams, you want to look at Deadwood Jedi's content on his website. He's got so many different speed tunes you can do, because it's about speed tuning your clan boss team to get success. But, you know, if you have a look in terms of, like, there's a basic understanding to be had in terms of how turn meter works. That'll be an understanding you need to understand, like how champions take turns in different things. I've got some videos on my channel that I need to improve. I need to re-record some of them. But it's quite a big topic. I don't really feel like I've answered your question or helped you out anymore. But what I would say is if you're catching my live streams, if you're catching the video content that I generally put out, you'll start picking up how to build teams and how I put the teams together. Like you can see in this team here, I've basically got Seer as my wave clear. Now, you're probably not going to have anywhere near the strength of this. You might not even have Seer. So you might not be able to do this team. But as a thing, I've got Seer. Her job is to wave clear. So she's killing the waves, but not the boss. The 3 that stay alive on the boss is Dreng, Oella, and Elva. They're there to heal Dreng, to keep him alive, and he then burns the boss down. So we're building the team around using Renegade to make sure Seer can one-shot both waves, and then using the 3 to survive the boss. It's very difficult to just go, this is how you build a team, because what you're building the team for is very dependent on the team, the encounter, the champions you have available. What up, monkey? The cat says hello. Yeah, I'm still refining it, Franklin. I'm seeing if I can make it go any faster. Who would you ideally want faster, Sifio or Yumiko? Yumiko. Unless, what's the base speeds? Siffy. Siffy will be easier to speed up, Tim. So you probably do Siffy A2 into Yumiko. because Siffy's got a bigger base speed of 115. Having trouble speed tuning Myth Air unkillable, using the Deadly Jedi website and still not working. Any idea where else to get help? Yeah, Ian, if you join our Discord, where's the link here? I always forget this link, invite people. If you join the Discord here, Ian, and post the problem in more detail, as in, why is it not working? What are you finding a problem with? When I'm not streaming, I'm not doing something, I pop in and I can give some advice there, and other members of the community might be able to point you in the right direction as well. You also have the Hellhades main Discord as well for the clan boss help sections if you want to go there as well. Yeah, Yuval, what you've got to remember, I've been doing this for 4 years or 3 years or for whatever, so I've got so much innate knowledge that everything's going to look quite easy for me. It's not, though. Sometimes even I mess things up. But I would definitely say, in terms of focus for you, make sure you start focusing on trying to think what your clan boss team should be. If you look at the free-to-play series, you'll see a lot of content from Deadwood on his channel about how he approached building his first clan boss team. Same with Hellhades. He's just built his first clan boss team with the rabbit. It's a great start. And then you want to look at building a dragon team. Once you build those, then you can start moving forward. You get a bit more... you can get a little bit more knowledge and experience, and you can get a little bit more like connected with how you build teams. Has the cat tax been paid? I actually think she's probably a little bit angry with me because she's been left alone all day. The bunny smasher, yeah. Or the bunny cruncher. Did he call it the bunny cruncher? I think that's what I told him to call it. We were talking about different names for it. And bunny cruncher came up somewhere. He was going to call it the rabbit cruncher or the rabbit crusher. And I was like, bunny crusher sounds better. Bunny crusher, yeah. Right then, we got to do some tag team arena because we want to do the event, and I haven't got any silver for gear cleansing. So we're going to do some tag team arena now for about an hour. See how far we get. Bunny boiler. Well, it's because he's using skull crusher, right? So you had to have the word crusher or skull in there somewhere. So, right. So we're going to put Cupidus up against this team. I probably outspeed that team. Just do that. Skull Bunny. I hit 191 million today on Nightmare. It's pretty happy with that. Oh, why does this never happen in Live Arena when I've used it? Why does this never happen to me in Live Arena? I've used that A2 before in Live Arena. I've got 0 stuns. Found out Necmo is way better than Razzle for Hydra. He will be. Because the thing with Necmo, you get increased speed and increased turn meter. You get decreased speed and leech together. It's too much turn meter control. And you get AoE decreased attack as well. It's what I thought Razzlevarg needed as well to be really S tier. He needs one more thing in his kit to be super S tier. It's just that he happens to do things in Clan Boss that no one else can do. If you take that Clan Boss context away from the rabbit, he's kind of an average legendary. He doesn't do enough. Because he needed one more thing. Like an AoE decreased attack, an AoE turn meter drop, an AoE decreased speed, something of that nature. The only problem is I can't AoE right now. Or can I? The problem I've got is if I AoE, I'm going to wake up the stupid Rotus. That was always going to happen, but I didn't want him to have the abilities. Look at that, double stun again. Now we can go in for the kill. There we go. So... any suggestions for Iron Twins? Actually, Johnny, we may sneakily be doing a little bit of Iron Twins later because I kind of broke my Clan Boss team. So guess who needs to not my Clan Boss team. I broke my Iron Twins team. So guess who actually needs to properly build an Iron Twins team? If Mullet Reaver is like lurking in the back end, he's probably like, he's finally going to do it. He's finally going to build the team that he was meant to build ages ago. He's been on at me for ages just to build a proper a proper Iron Twins team. There he is. I thought he might be. You'll be happy to know, Mullet. I've relented. I'm too frustrated with losing too much energy doing this goddamn stupid Iron Twins. So now I'm officially, probably today, going to look at seeing if we can put together a proper team. I don't know what I have, though. We'll have to have a look. Actually, we'll have a look after this. After these, we'll do a couple of fights and we'll have a look. See what I got available to me. All right, mate. I only think I only have one ping keeper built, though. Let's be honest. I don't even. I'll be honest. I'm not willing to go and make 2 more ping keepers just to make Iron Twins work. I think we can find a better solution. I might commit the Helicath to it, though, Mullet, because I don't use my Helicath for anything. I'm not even sure he's booked. We'll have to check. I need to put that team against that. Best off doing that. I'm trying to breach that, but having a better nuker. Need a better nuker. Contraxer. I'd like it to be super fast if I can. I'll be honest. I don't want a slow one. I want a consistent and a fast one. I want 100% super fast. That's the dream. Ugh. Oh, thank Lord. I could have died here. Mithrala, Geomancer, Pythian. The problem is Mithrala keeps proccing his passive duchy. That's the team I used to run was you can't survive that, can you? I shouldn't have actually done that. The team I used to run was Pythian, not Pythian, Duchess, Mithrala, Demitha, Aox, and Geomancer. The problem is Mithrala just keeps doing too much debuffs, which means I don't get the Mithrala does too many debuffs, which means I don't actually get the Aox passive being as efficient as it could be. And then we also have the problem of... Oh, look at this nonsense here. I'm going to lose this because I can't get rid of the ultimate Death Knight passive. How did I get stunned? The hell did I get stunned from? Right then, let's have some fun. Wow. Is Wither in stun set? Really? Who the hell made that kind of concept? Right, one down. It's fine. That's not fine. I got revive. Oh, not. Need one more turn. The problem is, I think they're just going to instantly die again because... Why is Wither in stun set? Of all things... let's throw that away. Who makes a stun set with it? I mean, it's not a terrible concept, I'll admit. Yeah, you're right. I've seen crazier ideas. Okay, I guess we're getting polymorphed there. I don't actually know if I can win this, I'll be honest. Well, that's handy. Thank you. I wanted him back. As long as I can, like, get this ultimate Death Knight taken out, we got a chance. Good. Okay, we have a chance now. Keep him off. Turn meter. Boost. Right. Now we just got to see, can we kill the stun set with it? For the love of all that is real. The things that you experience in this game, sometimes. Can I get rid of some of these buffs? No. There we go. Honestly. Okay, let's just see what we can get rid of. Oh, we get rid of one. Nice. Double stun. Drop some turn meter. Boost it up. Let's take out the Harima. One down. Next up. Let's take out the Pythian. I'm pretty sure, Kessel, I have built my team around that concept. I feel like the last 2 windows I've done live arena, all the stuns I was meant to get has all happened in this the 1 or 2 battles. Because the volume of stuns I've had in this 1 or 2 battles is actually absurd. Like, let's get rid of some. Nope, okay. Go down. And last but not least, let's take out the Marichka. Nice, no new. Clean sweep. Okay. So. First things first is my Hellhades booked. So I've just nearly sold half my gear. Can you imagine what I think? Can't imagine why you think I need to spend more time in dungeons. Was that a gear cleanse? You sold half your gear. Is the Hellcat booked? What does he look like? Is he even leveled? Does he even exist? We really need a search function here, don't we? Anyone spot a Hellcat? There, Lord above. I think I have a tower. Do you think tower is faster than Hellcat? Probably because he's not counterattacking, right? He's not counterattacking. I do have a tower, I'm sure I do. Let me throw this dude back in. I'm sure I have a rush card. Let's have a look. Yeah, I do. Let's get the extractor up. It's easier to find things. No counter and requires slower speeds. Okay. So Franklin, what we're probably going to build at some point, I don't know when, so don't quote me that this is definitely going to happen, but a system where you can actually find the champion in the optimizer website and then click select champion and then it selects it in game view. Because it's got obscene. If they're not going to build a search bar, we will. Somewhere in a nice holiday hut right now, the teacher, our main developer for it, is like crying in his sleep going, why is he giving me more work to do? Tower. Yes, I've got one. I wonder what... I don't like doing it, so I always like to try and figure out my own teams. But but I'm just curious to see what they're suggesting. See, I need number battles. Let's go with like, I always like to do 10 number battles here, just so that we get rid of the one-offs. So that's the fastest team. See, I find the fail rate is too high. But that's probably because I'm not willing to build these speeds. Like, these speeds are not acceptable to me because I'm not going to commit a Duchess and Mithrala at 200 speed. That's just not going to happen. I'd rather not do that. That's an interesting speed. But again, like, I'm basically going to say I don't want Mithrala. Awella. Surprisingly, not many tower teams coming up here. Oh, there's one. What's the team you're thinking of? Oh, sorry, guys. It's been a day. Professional streamer, I'm not. Like, I did, the other speeds are like Mithrala and Duchess were like 197 speed, 207 speed, you know, like this. Like, they were just too slow. I'm not going to build my arena champions that slow. So, what's the one with the tower? Because I can't see one with the tower in here. Like, if I say must include Rosh card. They're pretty slow. Not gonna lie. 3 Painkeeper, Geo. I mean, how fast is that team? Because it's coming out really slow. It's average 1 minute 15. Nobody's running it. Interesting. I find that surprising if it's a popular team that nobody has run it in the optimizer. I mean, is it because I don't have 3 Painkeepers? I mean, maybe it's because I don't have 3 Painkeepers. So maybe it's going, your quantity is not enough because you don't have enough Painkeepers. Maybe that's what it is. That is true, Kessel. When you one of the things I want to bring to the team optimizer is your actual, like, this team was created by. It's actually quite tricky to do because, believe it or not, reverse engineering your name from the game is actually quite hard. You wouldn't think it is, but it is. Authentic as a video, does he? Let's try a different affinity. Maybe more affinities will give me more options. I'm quite keen to try and get Awella into these teams. I've been enjoying using Awella a lot. A lot. I don't want Mithrala. I feel like Mithrala she just runs the risk of failure. I just don't like her in these teams. So I could use Helikath. I guess I'm pulling voids. Probably not. I've no voids to pull. Look, I have a grand old one void. What about Awella, Pythian? Teams must include Awella. Okay, nothing on this one, but that's probably just because, as I said, it's not like I want to copy these. I'm just curious to see what I can find. 100% win rates. Like, this one's interesting. Like, Tatora. I mean, I would never have thought I would have seen a Tatora usage. I wonder, like, it's obviously a slow Aox and high accuracy, a slow Geo. Like, how's it built? Tatora. So Tatora is there to land debuffs. I mean, is he trying to run like the resist aura? But then you need like 700 resist. Yeah, but you need like 700 resist, right? Even if you decrease the enemy's accuracy, like normally you need 705, so you're gonna have to halve that. So you need 450. Even if you get 75 from the aura and then the increased resistance, like you're talking 200 plus 75. That's like 275. 275 times 1.5. That Geo is only running at 412. And then if you needed 700, I think you need 700 and something, right? Let me check. Maybe you don't. Maybe the decreased accuracy is actually a good shout. I mean, Awella, the more I'm using Awella, the more, like, I think she's actually a lot better than I thought. She's really strong. So you need, like, he has 600. So if you got, like, decreased accuracy, he'll be at 300. So you need 425. Yeah, so, I mean, you could completely stop the Iron Brand stacks based on that. A preset showcase. He's basically using the quickfire grasp. He's opening with Wings of Shelter, which I can't remember what that does. I always mix up Totura's build. So he's opening up with block, increased defense. So he's giving stability to the team. Aox is just doing his decreased attack. And she is basically extending the increased defense. But she's not. Why would you open with... Oh, no. Starter, right. Yeah, so she's starting with increased resistance. Then she extends the increased resistance and the increased defense on everyone. And then you just burn in. And then you're just using Pythian as like a bolster bot. Yeah, so basically you need 325, right? Because it's 300 plus 125. You need around about 425 resistance. So in order to achieve 425, you would get 200 on the Geomancer here, 200. He's getting 75 from the aura. That will put him on 275 resistance, but he's getting 1.5 resistance. So he'd be at 412. So he's basically going to get some Iron Brand stacks, but not many. Only has 2 victories, but it's fast. Genius using it. But the other thing as well, obviously, you need to... He's not going to land the... looking at it, he's not going to open with the decreased accuracy until like round 3. So really all he's doing is he's trying to mitigate and reduce the incoming Iron Brand growth. Because a lot of the time these teams die because eventually Iron Brand gets out of control. That's a really interesting combo. Like, because my Pythian is already around that, right? I'm pretty sure Pythian is already around the same build. I have been experimenting, right? So I was experimenting with this type of team. I 60'd my Aox. That's why he's at level 1. I 60'd him to put a banner. So I was experimenting with this, but I was finding it was just unstable. I couldn't keep these two alive. It was just dying too much. But obviously, that was because the Iron Brand stack growth. If we can mitigate the Iron Brand stack growth, wow, that's a whole different question. Where is my Pythian? There he is. So we've already got him at like 261, 366, 3k93. It's about the same. Aox it's not that far off. I'm pretty sure he would be tanky if he actually had... I mean, he hasn't got masteries. I'm pretty sure I have just built this Aox dude to be a bot. Where is he? I could. Like, I've just built Aox to be a bot. He has no speed, but he has enough accuracy to sink a battleship. We just up his level a bit. And give him like... Do you know what, actually? How much does a barrel cost? 500,000 silver for a barrel? No, you're alright, mate. Take him level 41. Just give him some innate tankiness. There you go. Like, I mean, pretty much there or thereabouts. Not fast, though. But that's generally because, like, he's built not to be. I could literally just put some speed, accuracy, boom. Find a nice perception set for him. There you go, look. Don't really want crit rates. I'm not giving him my best accuracy boots. He can do one if he's getting those. That'll do. I mean, he's not even got like any upgraded stuff. I basically threw him in whatever accuracy gear I needed. He probably has too much accuracy here now. So we could probably look for like a defense percentage chest. In Immortal. There's not a lot of accuracy on that. Oh, look at that. It's not even rolled. I'd like a little bit of accuracy if I could get it. That one's not bad. Yeah, I mean, the idea with this team is you just want to try and mitigate some of the growth of the Iron Brand stacks, right? So if you can stop the Iron Brand growing, do we have like a good accuracy resistance rolls on any of these? Attack res. On someone who doesn't need it. Oh, that's pretty good, right? I lose HP, but it's pretty good. It's close enough. Could be improved with masteries, of course, which I don't have at the moment. So it's basically just building the tutorial to be faster. Because I'm pretty sure the Geomance is already like 251. Or close enough. Let's have a look. It's 243. Can I find any speed on him anywhere? It's very hard to find speed on a relentless piece here like this. Like, what I could do is... I mean, you could take that piece. I don't know if I want to commit Geomancer to have my best perception boots, though. If I give him the best perception boots, that just takes it away from an arena team. Potential usage. But then again, as I don't have a lockout, he might as well gatekeep it until I get a lockout champion. Haven't got enough oil for that yet. That will get him 244. With that maxed out, he'll get 11, so 255. This has got some growth as well. I haven't got any silver. The problem is, I haven't got any silver. I need to farm a bunch of silver. Because that could potentially roll... If that rolls accuracy, then we could potentially take him out of an accuracy chest and put him in like a defense percentage chest. Because he is relatively squishy at the moment, you know. So really, all I need to do is build... Tutora. Does the Eris work have to be level for 16 Mythere comp to work? I mean, as long as she can stay alive, she doesn't need levels. You need to book her A2 though. She needs to be booked, but you can use duplicate copies for that. As long as she's booked, she doesn't need to be leveled. No. Yeah, I mean, he's probably fine at that tankiness, right? I mean, there's room for growth. Like, as I said, we've got some more HP to come here. There's more HP there. There's probably some glyph space that I could put my HP percent. Defense percent. I haven't glyphed any of that. HP, defense. So, this build could get much bigger than it currently is. He probably needs the glyph on here. I'll be honest. I'm going to throw 16. Ooh, 12 will do. Waste all my silver. Ooh, that was bad. Just to push him up, because he does need a little bit more, right? We need like 550, so that's better now. So yeah, I mean, I guess it's just build the Tutura. Where is he? He's in a semi-interesting build already, but he has nowhere near enough accuracy, I think. Where is the lion? I don't use him for anything at the moment. He's around here somewhere. Can anyone spot the lion? The lion, the witch. There he is. Let's put the tower back in. At some point, I'll find a use for the tower. And we'll put the Helicath back in as well. Bum 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 bum. Where is the lion? There he is. So he's in a trash build. Not great, right? Not great. He's fast enough. No accuracy. So if we didn't want the decreased accuracy, great. But I think we kind of need the decreased accuracy. So let's go optimize him for like... reset this. Let's go for survival mode. We need like 550. I'd say 250 resist is ideal. Let's just go with 200. 200 is probably enough. And then 252, 251. That'll be fine. What have we got for banners wise? Probably need an Axie banner, I'll be honest. It's not looking good. The summary is we have no banners. Do you think a second Whisper is useful? Not really. No. Maybe. She's really good. I just don't really think you need two of them. Oella, Archbishop, Geo, double crisp for twins. Yeah, Archbishop is a super hard carry. Archbishop would be the one that Mithrala gets that replaces Mithrala, because he just is a natural for it. You get lots of healing, you get the accuracy aura. I think that's a solid team. What's in your inbox? It's a good shout. Good shout. Hey, Mythical Celt. We are doing... Let me change the stream title. Fixing the Iron Twins team. Oops. Change the title up a little bit. We're fixing the Iron Twins team. Right, so we want High Elves. Is there anything... Oh, there's rings. We need a speed banner with accuracy in the High Elf faction. Have I got anything in my wonderful list of stuff that I need to get out of my inbox? Oh, there's a resistance one. Not quite what we want. There's an attack one. In short, no. Wow, I really need to work on my accuracy banners. There is one here, but I'm pretty sure that's on my Dark Fae team. What team is that on? I think that's actually on my I think that's on my bomb or one-shot team. So let's just take that one for now. This needs to have, like, accuracy. Ooh, let's take you. You just need to be defense percentage, organized by defense percentage, with defense primary. What he's already got, basically. Okay, so slots. Let's take that, and that. So we need that. Don't really need him in any sets. We'll give him a +2. We'll give him a +7 here. And we'll give him a +5. These don't really matter. The only thing I would say is we're going to get resistance. I'm not going to put that on because I don't need it. Oh, wait. Have I not done masteries? He's got no masteries. Hilarious. We'll assume he's got the masteries. See what we find. Minus 800 gems, I'll farm it. How much does Hellhades charge you to use the optimizer? How much does he charge me? Nothing. Doesn't charge me anything. Didn't you have a revenge one? So he gets... didn't I have one? I mean, I could. Let's have a look. Oh, I could use a defense ring. Yeah, should I use defense ring for revenge? It's probably a good idea, isn't it? See which one rolls best. Yeah. Defense. Defense. I got loads here. Let's use up the rest of my silver. That one's terrible. That one's good. There we go. That's the one we'll use. We do have some like potential ones down here, but I think I'd rather just keep the one he's got on. Let's just take out some of these because we know we're not going to need those. What is Totora for? We're building an Iron Twins team. So Totora is going to be coming in with his A1 to decrease accuracy, but also you get an increased defense and block debuffs. So it should help mitigate the incoming damage as well. That's the theory. Right, while that's doing that. Yes, I know, I need silver. Everyone knows I need silver. On the bright side, I picked up some more oil there. Finishes that event off. You go smash some of this quickly. I don't know, just go hit like 20 times for me. The winged Katibi for Iron Twins, indeed. And the boost the boss so he kill... Yeah, exactly. So the idea with the Geomancer style team is to make it go fast, you don't want to put decreased speed, so you boost a lot. And then Aok should hopefully come in with his passive to extend the debuffs, which means you will also get the burn extended, hopefully. Hopefully it'll extend the accuracy debuff. I haven't done super raids because I picked up the clan quest to clear the Fire Knight Keep 200 times, foolishly enough. I forgot super raids doesn't work for clan quests, so I guess I'm doing Fire Knight on 1 times. He does, but the Iron Brand is what kills you, Taha, not the stacking. His attack and defense stacking is not really a problem. It's the Iron Brand that kills you. Because he just starts dealing percentage of your base HP every time you hit. Are those the Alps? That is the Annapurna Circuit. So that is the Annapurna Thorung La Pass, Simon, which is at 5,400 meters above sea level. It is, I believe, I may be misquoting, the highest transversable path in the world. And I tracked it. So that was taken with my iPhone. This particular phone took that photo. Pretty impressive, I thought. It's one of our trek mates crouching there after climbing up really high. Yeah, super, 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 super cold. It was so cold, we actually went... There's a hut literally at the height of that pass. I don't know why someone thought it was a good idea to put a cafe that high up, but they did. And we had it... You kind of start at 3 in the morning, you climb really like a lot of altitude, and you get there at 10 in the morning, and we stopped to have a cup of tea. And by the time I picked the tea up from like, you know, say like over here by my wall is where I was getting the cup of tea. By the time I turned around and sat at the bench, the tea was cold. It was that cold up there. It was like minus, like we woke up minus 30 degrees. I think it got to like minus 10 by the time we got up there. It's crazy. Like it was literally so cold that obviously they don't have toilets up there. The bucket of water used to flush the toilets froze. So yeah, so that's like 5,400 meters above sea level. The Thorung La Pass is. It's part of the Annapurna circuit. So me and my dad went over the Larkia La Pass. It comes back for the last 4 days on the same trail you would have walked. The loop around Annapurna is adjacent to the one we did. Yes, yeah. So there's like an Annapurna circuit, Annapurna Sanctuary, and then nearby then you've got the Everest base camp, which is another trek, and then you can go the other direction. They often call the Annapurna circuit the like the Bob Marley trail one, because Bob Marley apparently famously did the trail. It's also called the Apple Pie circuit because they're famous for their apple pies up there or something. Yeah, it's bad, isn't it? Quarantine. It was super bad. I felt bad for like one of our trail mates was Canadian, and obviously, like if you don't know, when you climb altitude, the impact it has on your body when you're climbing altitude above about 2,400 meters above sea level. You don't really feel it below that. Above 2,400, your heart rate increases, your stable heart rate, but you'll also process stuff in your body quicker. So it makes you want to go to the toilet more often. But of course, you're also drinking a lot of water, because the way that you retain your oxygenation in your blood, which is important, otherwise you get altitude sickness and then you have to come down on the altitude, is you drink water, because water is H2O, oxygen. That's how you oxygenate your body. So not only is the altitude forcing you to like want to go to the toilet more, you're drinking loads and loads of water, which makes you want to go to, like this Canadian guy, I felt for him, it's up 4 times a night half the time. It's non-stop. But if you don't drink the water, you get altitude sickness really quickly, and it can be, you know, lethal. We're not taking from Romantu. Right, you should be 1. You should be 1. Go again. But yeah, we did like a 3-week trek, I think it was. Started in Kathmandu, did the whole Annapurna circuit, went up through not the Antaitambo, that's Peru. What was the trail name? I forget some of the cities' names. It's been such a, it's about 3 years ago now. I'll have to double check. Let me find it. It was all before COVID, so where was it? I don't know if they still do it with the one we did. They've been doing a lot of Everest base camps again, but obviously due to obviously the COVID, everything was kind of put on hold. I'm just checking with the company that I did it with whether they're still actually doing the Annapurna circuit. Oh, they're doing Annapurna Sanctuary, but they don't appear to be doing Annapurna Circuit anymore. Well, that's a shame. There is a difference between Annapurna Circuit and Annapurna Sanctuary. Oh, maybe that's it there. Yeah, I didn't actually want to check out. It's actually trying to buy the damn thing. That's better. Yeah, so you basically go past Chamay, that's what I was thinking, Pisang, Menang, and then you get to like the base of the Amazon, not the Amazon, the Annapurna, the Thorongla Pass. It's like the lower Thorongla base the day before. It's a great, it's a great trip. Tiring, but it's really good. Like the ascent to the Thorongla Pass day is tough. It's like you're up at 3 a.m, you're hiking like 700, you climb about, I think, 700 to 800 meters altitude in one day on basically snow, but not snow. I used to call it snice because it's like snow, but it's much icier. Now, that gives the consistency that you can put your foot down and it's solid enough for you to stand on, but you don't know what's beneath the snow because it's strong enough to have formed, like, it can form over crevasses, it can form over anything. So you could literally at any point put your foot on the snow and you're just gone. It's just gone. Which is really scary a little bit. So we had to climb this, like, hill. We stayed in the base camp below the Thorongla, and then you have to climb this thing, and it's like 700 meters at 3 a.m. You get to the top of Thorongla Pass around about 10 a.m, and then you've got to come down another 1,000. And it's a long, it's a long day. By the end of it, I was done. My body was just like, I'm tired of walking. So, how did I prepare for the trip? Not very well. I'm always one of these people that is just like capable, or when I was younger at least, I don't know if I still can, I could pick things up without needing to do much training. Because the thing about hiking is it's not really about fitness levels. You don't need to be super fit to go hiking. You just need to have stamina and like good biology. Like I've seen loads of super fit people think they can just conquer all these mountains and climb up and run around, and then they get hit by altitude sickness and they're done. They're just totally done, right? I mean, it's not about fitness. It's about being able to obviously climb and hike, and that's a thing. You know, you do need to do some practice and training and making sure you're of reasonable good health, right? If you're like 30 stone, you can't climb a mountain like expecting it's gonna be easy. But and likewise, if you're like, probably now I'd need to do a lot more workout because I'm quite sedentary at the moment. But I didn't really like do super much to do it, to prepare. I just made sure I did a bit of practice runs with my kit, make sure I had everything I needed. So you went to Peru last year just before all the political shenanigans. Yes, I have done, Alex, the Inca Trail. Back in 2014, I did a 3-week tour in Peru. So we started in like Ica. Well, I started in Lima, came down the desert past Ica. We visited all like the different like burial tombs there. Went to the oasis, which I always forget the name, Huacachina, which we stayed at, did some sand duning. Then we went up into the mountains. We went up into Puno, went to Lake Titicaca, went to the Inca Trail, did all that for 3 days. Got totally sick on Lake Titicaca. It's great. 3,000 meters above sea level, the highest lake in the world. We were doing this homestay with these families, right? So basically the idea is you basically spent a night with local families on the actual lake, local residents, and I got food poisoning. Bad. Like, I mean, like, hire a private boat for 2 hours to get off the island because if he doesn't get fluids, you might die bad. I was so ill. And to be fair, like the local family took care of me so well, like I was one of their own. I was actually, like, it was really nice to some extent. Luckily, on the day that I was there was local nurses that come around all the islands and kind of shot something. Like, I got a shot in my backside about something, I don't know what it was. But they were saying my temperature was yo-yoing between like 42 and 38. And they said it's pretty bad. I don't know. All I remember is I got back off the private boat in disarray, went straight into the hospital thing there with our guide, because obviously we went on a guided tour. And I had like 2 doctors and 4 nurses around me. I had drips in both arms. There was water coming like straight into my body. They're like, you're severely dehydrated, blah, blah, blah. Ultrasound. And then I had like a doctor consultation. And within like 3 hours, they'd literally give me enough fluids. They'd give me like antibiotics and like stomach, like powder stuff to help like line your stomach and things. And like, yeah, like I actually joke that is the best place I've ever had medical treatment is Peru. And it only cost me like $210. I had medical insurance, obviously, because I'm not dumb, but I made sure I was prepared, but obviously you have to pay it up front and claim it back. But for the quality of treatment and everything, I couldn't complain. It was great. It's just I had to hire a private boat to get off the lake because it was bad. It was not good. But the thing is, in Peru, they use, believe it or not, they use coca leaves, which is essentially the plant they use to make cocaine. It's like an old wives' tale kind of treatment. So they use it to deal with altitude sickness. They use it to deal with like headaches and things like that. They put it in their tea. So I was bunking with this Canadian guy, and he said to the mother of the house, "Oh, I think he's got a headache." And before I know it, she's like sticking coca leaves on my head. I've got like chamomile tea. I'm like, I'm being cared for. I didn't know where the hell I was. I think he did it as a joke, maybe. I don't know, because I literally had coca leaves on my head like this. I was in some sort of weird, like, chanting thing was about to go on. But luckily, that was like 7 days before I was doing the Inca Trail. But I did have to do the Inca Trail basically without eating I wasn't allowed to eat any dairy and any raw materials. So I was like eating nothing. I think I lost a stone in like 7 days between the not being able to eat all the foods because of obviously like recovery, hiking the Inca Trail, and obviously all the dehydration and the condition and everything. So I think what it was, we went to like a local, because we were up in the mountains. We started off down the desert and we went up to the mountains. We went to a local buffet. There's like a local buffet thing where they had like vegetables. And I think what happened was I used a fork that may not have been cleaned fully, because obviously you need to like clean everything yourself. And obviously they probably cleaned it with their local water, which doesn't agree with your body. That's why they always recommend you drink bottled water. It's not because their water is bad for you. Your body's just not used to it. And I think I basically picked up a virus there. Something just didn't agree with me. And then, even though I was drinking tons and tons of water, I was just getting so dehydrated throughout the process. So I drank like a whole 2 liters of water overnight. And they were like, "You're severely dehydrated. You are like near death." I was like, "Okay, it's fine." So... But yeah, basically, as you're saying, Alex, after you get treatment, they really advise you don't eat half the things you should eat. And obviously when you're hiking the Inca Trail, you can't exactly like book from a menu, you get what you're given. So there's things like they cooked a pizza one night, bless them, the local cooks that we had. And I was like, I can't eat any of it because it's dairy. I wasn't allowed to eat dairy. So, but yeah, so coca leaves they use for altitude sickness. So what they would do is they'd get a little leaf. They'd get a small stone. They'd wrap the leaf in the stone, and you basically chew it at the back of your mouth. Not enough to damage your teeth. And the stone basically crushes the leaf a little bit, and the elements of the coca leaf goes into your bloodstream, and it helps you with altitude sickness. But it's technically what they use to make cocaine. I did smuggle some leaves back with me. Thankfully, they didn't know it was for cocaine, so I'm okay. I didn't get arrested. Random, let me just pick up some questions here that I've missed. Can't I use the revenge banner? What banner was that? It's a 5-star. I think I need the accuracy. So, oh damn, I lost all that. Damn, start again now. Did I use Scarpa boots? Did I use Scarpa? I can't remember. My boots were orange. That's all I remember. They could well have been. I got proper mountain boots. Yes, Scarpa, I did, yeah. I remember them now. Yes, I did use Scarpa boots. Random question, does destroying Rotus's HP decrease his damage? Yes, it does. The only champion that doesn't, who is HP based, that doesn't have an impact with reducing their damage when you decrease their maximum HP is, of course, Taras the Fierce, because his damage is based on B_HP, not HP. So Taras, when you destroy his max HP, doesn't reduce damage. Any other HP based damage dealing champion will lose damage when you decrease the maximum HP. Green Virus, hello, reporting back on adding Michinaki to my Hydra team. Even unbooked and Meke, both Awella and Michinaki made noticeable difference. That's awesome. I'm surprised by my Michinaki when I ran it on hard. Like how much damage. It didn't seem like he was doing much, but he was doing a lot. Any TLDR on the new fusion, Wicked? Wicked, I think the new fusion is skippable if you want to skip one. But if not, it's worth getting. But I don't think it's much better than War Maiden or Deacon. So... yeah, I hear you, Pocket. I don't know if I can still do as much as I used to when I was younger. My body started failing me lately. It's not happy with me. Yeah, Scarpa's great. So... one thing I want to do is... I would love to do the... what's it called? Argentina mountain range. I forget the name every single time. What's south of Argentina? I forget the name of the range every single time. Someone tell me in chat. It's South America. The mountain range is there. It was bought out by a man. I can't remember his name. I'll remember in a minute. It's expensive to do it. Patagonia. That's the one I was thinking of. Not the Andes. Patagonia. Oh, good lord, that was hard. My brain. I'd love to do Patagonia someday. It's expensive, though. Yeah, Mythical Celt, she'll hit hard, but I just don't think, like, enough to be, like, valuable. Saf, would you be willing to help me put a Hydra team together if I share a link? I'm really struggling, don't know what to work towards. Yes, Dave, you'll need to DM me the link, though, because if you don't DM me the link... let me rephrase. If you try to put it on YouTube, YouTube will get rid of the link. So DM me the thing in Discord, your link, and I will take a look. We can take a look on stream. Did I try Finite 10 yet? I haven't reached it, Bronco. We went in there early when it first came out, and I haven't been back since. Hey, Gort. I'm not doing too bad. Thank you. How are you today? How old am I now? I am 30... 31? 32? How old am I? Age calculator. I don't even know how old I am. Let's have a look. Why do I have to work this out? This is embarrassing. 32. Good lord, I found a year somewhere. Even my brother knows how old I am. I don't even know how old I am. I'm pretty sure I could pick it back up straight away. I just, I sit up front of a computer a lot at the moment. So... I just need to improve my mobility a bit. Need to get back into just a little bit, you know, like... Since COVID, I've kind of become a bit of a recluse. I need to become less of a recluse, basically. I'm pretty sure I've changed those boots. I have to do that again, because I'm pretty sure I changed it. Oh, now it's changed all the damn things. Oh, for the love of all that is real in this world. Accuracy. mean, it's potential we could take some down here, but I don't really want to attack, I'll be honest. We were going to take order by defense percentage. Let's try again. Attempt number 2. I'm young. I don't feel it sometimes, honestly. I really want to build a team with Gory in your card just for stage 3, but of course I haven't pulled a single Gory since Hard Mode Dungeons came out. That's the way it works, Hirshen. The one champion you want, you won't get. You'll get 100 of the other ones you don't. Yeah, I'm not one for birthdays and ages track. I'm like... It's just another year to me, right? I don't really see it. The other thing with hiking for me, because I live in Wales, there are mountains. But when you've climbed like 4,000 meters above sea level, you kind of get a new perspective of what a mountain is. I used to think like going up Snowdonia, which is the highest peak in Wales, was good like practice. It's really not, because it's like 800 meters above sea level. You fly in higher than you actually start down there, so... You do get to remember stuff, yeah. You turned 30 this year, been a good couple of years, but looking forward to my 30s. My teens and 20s kind of sucked. My late 20s were good. Well, that's good. I mean, you always will hope that things get better, not worse, right? So it sounds like things are getting better for you, Pocket. So that's good. I would blame COVID, but my illness started pre-COVID, so I became a recluse before that. Yeah, I mean, that doesn't help. Like, the COVID kind of did a number on my, like, willingness to engage with people. If that makes sense, which is crazy because I kind of make videos for people randomly on the internet and I engage with a lot of people on a daily basis, but I tend to find that people face to face just don't get it as much. So started plating magic. Every time I head down the Cardiff City Stadium for Wales game, I get the flu. Yeah. I mean, that's it. Like, at my last job, it was getting to the point where they wanted to start going back in the office, and I was like, I really don't want to. I like working from home. Penavan selfie crew. We can do it. Penavan was actually one of my trading points before I went away to Nepal. It's got a bit like... The problem with Penavan is in COVID, it got like the go-to hype place to go because we can go outside for a little bit, and it just got so popular. It was crazy. Want to hear the most insane pull I experienced recently? Go for it, Green. Duchess from a void shard. Dutchy, that's too soon. Too soon. I pulled Gory on the day of hard mode release. Nice. 172 meters. It's funny, the Nepalese guides, they used to basically call any mountain below 8,000, they used to call it baby mountains. So like Annapurna 1 or one of the Annapurnas are like 7,900. They're like, oh no, not quite mountain, baby mountain. And when we told them that our mountains are like 800 meters, they were like, it's not even a mountain. It's not even a hill. We're building an Iron Twins team at the moment, Screlliot. Duchess times 10. Ancient Shard at 0 count for Mercy. Wow, that's crazy, Green. Don't tell Senti in Hellhades Discord. He still hasn't got his Duchess. Can I get any speed from Masteries? I just need 8 for Demitha for my Mythifu. You can get Law of Steel speed, Ross. That will give you 15% of any speed sets you're using. That's the only speed I think you can get. Raw speed. Oh, Norway is somewhere I'd love to travel to, Gort. I'd love to see the Norwegian fjords and actually go up north. That would be really nice. It comes down to cost a little bit. Like, some of the places I'd love to go to is very expensive. I'd love to do the Mont Blanc trail. That would be a nice challenge. Mont Blanc is less height, more like you climb a lot and drop a lot, right? It's not as tall as something like Nepal, but you climb and drop a lot more. Yeah, Netherlands is quite flat. What's the discussion been like re-fusion? So my personal opinion, Screlly, about the fusion is I don't think it's much. It's not. I don't think it's worth investing into because I think champions like War Maiden and Deacon are just better. So I'll go for it, not because I want the champion, but because I collect them. But if people were feeling burnt out and they needed a rest, this would be a good fusion to skip, in my opinion, because I don't see anything in her kit that is missable, right? There's nothing unique about her kit. There's no uniqueness about it, so therefore it's fine. Yeah, Norway is. It is. I mean, things like, I'd love to do Iceland, right? For, like, Reykjavik. But, my God, the price to go to Iceland for, like, even 8 days or 5 days is so expensive. It's crazy. Let's have a look at this account. So we're looking to help Dave out here with a Hydra clan boss team. What do we got here? So you've got some decent 60s. Nice. We've got some good range of 60s here. So I assume you're pushing all the relevant dungeons already, Dave, right? You're pushing Dragon 20, you're pushing Clan Boss Ultra Nightmare now. Those are already achieved. Would that be a correct statement? I can stay with you when you come to Iceland. Excellent. Actually, Benzival, I actually think, from my understanding, the best way to do Iceland is Airbnb in it, isn't it? Rather than like any sort of arrangements. You basically just Airbnb a way across with a rented vehicle or something. It's not exactly a big place, but it's, you know, you don't want to, I just don't want to drop a couple of grand for a couple of days, you know? Would you suggest using spare energy to farm dungeons outside of events if you want better gear? I actually would recommend stuff like Sand Devil or Mastery's Green, because you'll farm the gear when you have to do the dungeons for fusions. So if you're not like doing the fusion events, and obviously you've got more flexibility, but normally you only have a couple of days here or there. So farming oil, farming some masteries, maybe some potion regeneration, those things I would recommend doing over necessarily farming dungeons. The only time I would is when there's like a good tournament on, like the Fire Night now, then I'd recommend it. Another 20. Yeah, rented van, that's it. Or like camping, right? I don't know how campy it is, like how good it is to camp, but yeah, exactly. Like, for example, I can drive from one end of England to another in a day. It's not a big country, believe it or not. You went to Iceland with your girlfriend for 7 days. We lived in a motel and it ran us up about 500 each with one trip to the hot springs and one trip to see the Northern Lights. That's not actually that bad, Gort, actually. That's pretty reasonable for some of the prices that I've seen. So, yeah, exactly, right? There's obviously big things that are like touristy that you avoid with all these things. Is it better to go for traditional or unkillable for Clan Boss? Unkillable will always net you more damage for less resources, because obviously you don't need to think of things like decreased attack, defense. You don't need all those HP pools, right? You don't have to heal, you know. So unkillable is always going to be better for that. But traditional teams can be equally as good if you build them correctly. I mean, you look at the last Clover draft. Hellhades built a really solid one-key team with epics, so you can do it really well. It just depends on the champions you have available to you. If you've got the unkillable champion, it'll be far easier to build that team than it will be for you to try and build a traditional. Yeah, Clan Boss, unkillable 2-key, all dungeons 20 plus. Great. Okay, so to be fair to Dave here, this is pretty impressive that you've got all dungeons on farming. Obviously, you've got a seer, that helps a lot. But you've from a pool of, what do we got here? A pool of 20 rank 6s, you're farming all dungeons at stage 20, and you've got Clan Boss Ultra Nightmare. That's a great position. So we need to find, from these champions, a team that we can actually build for Hydra. That's what we want. So, in terms of Hydra, What do we need to make Hydra work? Well, you often need some solutions for certain champions. You normally need a Provoker, you normally need something to fix Torment Head, and you normally need something for staying alive, and you probably want basic stuff like decreased speed, decreased attack. So those are some of the things we're going to be looking for here. So the first thing I always look for is, okay, do we have some sort of Provoke? What have we got for a Provoke option? So either we're going to go Gear, or we're going to go Ability. So we've got a Seeker. It's not bad. Tarshan's okay. This dude is pretty okay as well, but he's a low chance on an A1. You can't really depend upon it. What about gearing wise? Where are we at with terms of provoke sets? Not really great. So basically, we probably want skill over set. Probably skill over set. So I would say Seeker. I mean, what kind of difficulty are you looking for initially, Dave? Are you looking for normal, hard? I'm guessing you probably want to like try and like 2 key hard, 1 key normal or something. Or are you not doing any at all in Hydra at the moment? Not even 1 key normal. Okay, so basically you can kind of, if you want to just 1 key normal, I would say probably all you want to do right now, Dave, is get 1 key normal double chesting so you can start working towards Mithrala. Your key with this is picking a head and killing it. You want to build a team that's capable of doing that, and then a team that can get you as much damage as possible on that dead head. So for example, I would pick the Seeker. Seeker can basically provoke with an A1 to give you that turn. Then I would pick a decreased defense option. So we've got loads of options here, right? I mean, we can go for... Look, I mean, we've got unlimited options for decreased defense. So many, it's unreal. You can use Thylesia, would be a great option. Because you also get some Hex in there as well. You could use Rhodus if you want. But I would suggest Thylesia. So Seeker, Thylesia. Thylesia is a very good epic. Even for Faction Wars, very good epic to make into a 60. You will find a lot of use for Thylesia. She's very, very good. Then you want someone with like increased attack. Which is obviously Seeker's going to bring you. So you're good there. And then you just want damage, right? You just want to kill. So you're probably going to use Supreme Elhain and Rhonda. And you're going to smash the head. As much as you can. You can bring probably like a block, like a Pythian in there. So you're really kind of using what you've got. All I would say is probably champions out of here you want to focus for Hydra. Definitely Thylesia. I think 100% she's well worth it to get to 60. Because she will give you a decreased defense and a Hex option. What other champions do we have here? Wuji is an interesting option because you get block buffs. So if you want to start moving towards champions or think, you know, if you wanted some guidance on which champions would I earmark for a hard team, Wuji is a great option. Because with Wuji, you basically get AoE block buffs on this skill. Let me just open the guide here. With Wuji, you get AoE block buffs with a counterattack that will apply AoE weaken, and she self-buffs the counterattack as well. She's a great mischief tank because she gives buffs to herself that other champions may not get. So you can use her as a mischief tank. So Wuji is someone that I would basically star and look to 60 at some point as pushing towards Hydra. Morag is not bad either. Morag is underrated for sure. So I would definitely consider looking for a useful Wuji. Thylesia, those two are great options. You've got some great epics here. Someone like Franox on a normal dungeon. I use Franox to kill heads. Franox can hit 1,000,000 damage on a dead head. It's very strong. Bit limited elsewhere. So that's an expensive investment, but it can do well. Got Stag Knight here that's worth investing in as well. Like in terms of just your, let's have a look, rarities. So I think you've invested correctly. Beauregard is an interesting option because he's quite a good support, but I don't really think he's like a crazy investment. I think the ones you've 60'd so far are the correct choice. You've got a lot of epic options here, like so many good epic champions. But definitely I think Thalessia's a 60, because even for Faction Wars, she's going to be really strong. I would suggest... Where's your Dark Fae farming like, Dave? What are you at in terms of Dark Fae? Isn't HP burn easier for new players? Actually, Juggernaut, for normal Hydra, I actually believe you're just better off one-shotting ahead as quickly as possible than trying to blast it. Because you only need 6.6 million. So normally that's enough to just like kill the head and like smack it, right? Now, obviously, you might not be able to do it as efficiently as I can do it, but you should still be able to get 2 cycles of 2 kill heads. Yeah, that's a fair point, Kim. Wuji is someone I would recommend for hard, but keep in mind that she can be very difficult to keep alive. That's why I'm saying hard. Jizzo's a good mischief tank. So, Rockbreaker can be a mischief tank. Yeah. Yeah, where are you at in terms of Dark Fae farming, Dave? In terms of Doom Tower? I've not played Doom Tower more than once. Okay. So I would actually put Doom Tower as a higher priority over Hydra, but I would build a normal 1-key Hydra team, right? So I would focus on getting a team that you can one-shot Hydra heads, kill the head, then smack the dead head for as much damage as you can. Because you only need 6.6 million, right? If you get the top 2 chests of normal, that will take you about 24 weeks to get Mithrala. Okay? And that's your biggest reward right now. Because your account is nowhere near ready enough to push into Nightmare or Brutal, where all the gear kind of comes from. So you kind of wanted to just push normal and hard at most. So if you can get even to a 2-key normal, that will start getting you your Mithrala, which is what a lot of people will want out of Hydra to start with, because the champion is so powerful. I would be prioritizing Doom Tower, because Doom Tower gives you so many rewards. Like, let me show you what I'm getting. I've already had a legendary book so far this month for free, essentially. No energy investment required once we kill this. I don't think you necessarily need endgame gear, Dutchy. If you can get the right set of champions, I think, to be honest, the biggest challenge is, do you have the luxury of committing all of your gear to make really strong DPS champions? I don't really think you need endgame gear. You just need endgame quantities of gear, perhaps. Because I think, any competent nuker can do a reasonable amount of damage to a dead head, right? To kill a head. It probably means you just have to bring like a block debuff to stop the provoke from the Wrath Head, and you need a fair solution and maybe a couple of other things to just get you over the line. But I don't think it's like a big gap, if that makes sense. Hydra. Like, so for example, I've now climbed up to here. This gave me a legendary book. I can get a Void Shard. I'm getting like bunches of energy. Legendary book. Sacred. More energy. Like, Doom Tower is probably the second most important piece of content after you have done Clan Boss and Dungeon 20s. Because you get so many rewards. No, I did one on normal. I was testing something, Acrobat. I was testing something. So I did one of my days on normal. The Seer is relatively new, so it's only been the last 2 rotations I've managed to push. Cool. Yeah, so like, actually, I've been testing a new team. I'm running this team at the moment. Now, this is endgame quality, but this team, the Void Brothers, are insane. Like, I'm using them a hell of a lot these days because they just lock down waves. They pretty much get through all this content full auto. Like, you'll see it here. They just burn through stuff. I swapped in Romantu because I was dealing with stupid, like, the Cupiduses were killing me. So I've dropped my Seer team because I don't have resets, because this is just like, they're rinsing through it pretty comfortably. Obviously I'm using Uko. You can use anyone in Uko's spot with an AoE A1. That could be a Bellower for the job that he's doing. The buff cleansing is helpful, but he's pretty much in there just to basically stun and slow him down. You could bring like a White Dryad Nia. You could bring anyone in that spot there to just basically stop and slow them down. But like the Void Bros are... I do have a Theodore, yeah. I don't use him enough. Owella is just because I was using her more, Aethelred. And actually, she's just a... Like, she's a crazy healer. What you've got to remember about Owella is you get 30% turn meter fill. So she's filling turn meter whilst also providing contingency healing. Like, I did that in 40 turns. Now, of course, I'm never going to beat these guys because they've got reset options, right? I can't beat a reset team. But I don't have reset, so I can't use any of these. I could use a Renegade potentially, but don't have any Kaimars. So there's no way I can beat, like, the speed teams. But for a non-Kaimar team, or you can just run triple Carvelax. Isn't it wonderful? So... But yeah, I would definitely be focusing my time on getting Doom Tower done ahead. So I would go get your Hydra normal team, even if you can only like 2-key Hydra normal, get that done first. So I would say like champions, like as people have pointed out, Jizzo is not a bad provoker. Seeker is a great provoker. Bring in someone like Thalesia would be great. The reason why I was saying about Doom Tower is Fulgur, in my opinion, is one of the best Dark Phase champions in the game. Because you get a 100% turn meter drop, you get a self-buffing increase attack on a passive, you get a good strong AoE, you get a lot of self-sustain. She's a really strong champion for it. Any advice for Floor 90 Griffin? I'm getting trashed. I run... Do you have Ninja, Liam? First question. I know it's a bit of a mean question. This is the team I'm running. So... Man, I need more Lego books. Yeah, I know. I always need Lego books. I have full auto because you can't stop it when you need to manual. I hate full auto because you can't stop it when you need to manual. Yeah, I know. But I don't mind. I put it on. If I fail, I'll just go and figure out why I failed that wave. The reason why I Acrobat is I don't have reset. For Doom Tower, because you've got to do 3 waves, it's not enough to bring Renegade, and I find that the squishiness is there, and then you need some control, and it slows the run down. So actually I found, because I don't have the Kaimars and the Yumikos, it's much quicker for me to run that team. What you'll notice as well with that team Acrobat, I wasn't running an increase attack. So they weren't even getting fully boosted damage. So... Is it only 20 turn meter fill? No, it's 30. It's 30% fill on a 3-turn cooldown. It's really strong. Do you see anything creepy or paranormal on one of your adventures? I mean, I saw graves of ancient Peruvians, like weird kind of like... I don't know what the right way to describe, but basically like in a... I'm probably butchering a heritage here, which is really bad. But they were basically mummified in like a jar. That was kind of creepy. I'll be honest. I ran into an Owella, Arbiter, Pythia, and Ultimate Death Knight live arena. Banned their only damage and they sat there for 60 minutes. I kept killing them. Yeah, it takes a while. Owella's a really strong healer. No ninja. Okay, well, you don't have to run the ninja. I run this team. Ninja is my boss killer. That's kind of what I do. You can run like a HP burner on it. Max HP nuke. Like, I just basically survive it. Brogni is very strong as well, because Brogni's shield can't be taken from the boss. It's a protected shield. What are you doing, Cat? So you can run Brogni. Brogni's a protected shield. That's normally what people do. Do I think they will nerf Finite Hard? It's hard to tell. I doubt it. They'd rather make champions to make it work than nerf a bit of content. Whisper is what is good as well. Yeah, like, we could probably try it here. Let's see if she can stay alive. Where is she? I only have 1 key. Yeah, Brogni Shield's really strong. Dren can do it. Like, you can go raw damage. So, like, for example, let's just run this. Why did they put Krisks on these waves, like? Here he goes. Septimus is just really helpful to clear waves. Because he A1s and kills, like, it's just really helpful just to clear the waves. I don't know what Brogni I've got on here. My Brogni gear is probably terrible. It's awful. Does that mean you full manual on Hydra until you get the points you need and then let it do auto? I generally manual Hydra completely time to win. It's the only area that I actually enjoy manualing. Believe it or not. So yeah, just to close off Dave's point. Dave, I would say definitely Thyles is a good area to focus. And I think then put your focus after you've basically killed the goal you should have. Let's see how much you can do here. The goal you should have is kill a head and then do as much damage to that dead head as you can. You only need 6.6 million. It's not a lot. You'd be surprised if you can kill a head how much damage you can really do. And then I would put my attention and focus to trying to get consistent Doom Tower clearing, because I think that's really valuable. We need Weaken Out. We can extend the buffs. Damn it. I need Weaken Out. We go again, Weaken. No, okay. Let's just auto it a bit. How strong is your Septimus build? I don't think he's that crazy. Like, he's not my best gear. He's in good gear, though. I'll check now. Give me Weaken. No. Oof. Oh, he died. Back you come. Uh-oh. Heal reduction was not great. Only downside to this team with Whisper is she hasn't got anyone to give her Weaken. And she hasn't got enough accuracy probably because she's like not built to do this. I'll be honest, I don't think this boss can kill my Owella. Like, have a look at this now. I don't think this boss can kill this trio. At all. It's at 16 stacks. It's never killing my trio. This Owella Elva duo is a little bit gross for healing. Oh, he did a bit of damage there. He's at 20 stacks now. So 20 stacks gives him so much crit rate. It's giving him so much speed. He's getting like, what was it, 20 times 3? So he's getting 60% crit rate. He's getting so much crit damage, and he can't kill my champions. He physically cannot do anything. Can I send you a DM to see how I can improve my Hydra based on your help? What time is it? 11. Yeah, you've got enough time. Hope that was helpful, Dave, anyway. But yeah, definitely Thylesia. Definitely, I think, keep Fulgur. Fulgur, I think, is very good for Dark Fae. Dazdirk might be a backup. Sylar helps you clear waves. I use Sylar a lot in my early game Doom Tower progression. She helps you just clear waves constantly. Really, really solid. Because there's not many champions that can do an AoE decrease speed and an AoE drop turn meter of that caliber as an epic and have AoE decrease accuracy. She might even be good for Hydra option because you get AoE decrease accuracy and AoE decrease speed. They are two valuable abilities. So definitely Sylar's a valuable champion to have as well. But your epic pool is great. You've got loads of options to work towards. You basically have what I thought you might have a problem with is, which one do I focus next? You know, what champion should I do? Ruella's worth making one. Franox is good for killing Hydra heads. because if there are no buffs on the target, she deals 100% more damage. My Franox annihilates heads. I could do 1,000,000 damage on one of those dead heads with my Franox. Yeah, I think that's a good option. Stag is also a nice option as well. Bump, 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 bump. Oh, you want to show how much you improved? Yeah, right, I'm with you now. So I thought you meant how can I improve it? So this is Juggernaut's team based on the help that he got from stream. 73 million. That's probably... you might even be able to step that up a level now, depending on how well it can survive. That's definitely a team that can go with the right gear all the way up to Nightmare. Juggernaut. It's really impressive. Really impressive. Yeah, my trio just basically didn't die. The healing is obnoxious. Oh, Ancient Shard. Pick that up. Yeah, it's really, really impressive, Juggernaut. Well done. Glad to see that the stream is helping people progress. That's what we're here for. I'm not just here to retail all my crazy adventures and then rant at live arena and all that kind of stuff. We're here to help people. Someone asked me how well my Septimus is built. He's in lethal. 6.6k attack, 239% crit damage. It's okay. And rip on the fusion, of course. You got it right, G-Man. That's not my only purpose. So yeah, he's in there. He's in like Helm Smasher, basically. I use him for just like max HP nuking Spider 20 and different Doom Tower bosses from time to time. Franox is in War Master. Pure just damage build. Filthy damage build. That's what I've got her in. Quite fast. She's built for my Sand Devil team. Am I taking shareable HH optimizer links to give feedback at the moment? I don't have time to do the one tonight, Green. But probably Monday stream, Green. If you're around and you want some advice on something, then feel free to ping me. Yeah, Green? Just ping it into me then. Remind me on Monday. We'll have a look at it then. I just got to sort out this Tatura build, and we've also got to do a bunch of Tag Team Arena before reset. And I don't want to be up super, super late doing it. So I've just looked at the time. But definitely next one. What set do you have on Mr. Franox and that? Do we ever get Ancient Shard? I don't know, Chris. I've been holding on to like 100 Ancient Shards for what must feel like an eternity. Just in case. Because I know the moment I pull those Ancient Shards, there'll be a guaranteed Ancient event the next day. Just because that's what it does to me. Just in case it rolled well. Yeah, if not Monday, Green, just next time you're on stream, just ping me and we can have a look at it. You can also ping me in Discord as well. I'll answer questions in there throughout the week. So we're going to take this. And waste all of our silver swapping gear around. Because when will we have a gear swap? You've over 200 right now? Yeah. I just know what it's going to do to me. At the moment, it's basically used all the silver I just farmed. Look. Ooh, nearly. I know the moment I pull those Ancient Shards, then they'll come out with, yeah, here we go. I'm a brilliant tactician. I do like to outsmart my opponents. I try to. Does running Michinaki with Geomancer work on an auto team in Hydra? I mean, it depends on how efficient Geo is. It's probably not super ideal. Dren got it done for you, Liam, yeah? Nice. Yeah, the thing about Dreng is he's HP burn and he's that equalized HP. He's surprisingly OP for it. Can we do it without the Gurgle pick? I don't really want to take from Gurgle unless I have to. It's going to require me to. YST is going to have to help me rebuild my one-shot Bommel team again. Right, first things first. Do I even have enough silver to swap this gear around? Probably not. We'll find out on today's episode of How Poor is Saf with Silver. I'm not doing it, Dave. I've held on to these for so long now. I'm just like... Oh, I've run out of space. I ran out of space before I had anything else. I probably need to do some more gear building again. I'll be honest. It's been a minute. Speeds equipped. Yeah, we do need another free gearing weekend, don't we? It's been a while. I don't know. I don't actually know how long it's been, but it's probably been longer than I'd like. We need destroy sets. We're holding on. We're nearly there. Speeds. I'm literally destroying the Arbiter that I used for the Bommel one-shot, so we'll have to rebuild Bommel and everything. The thing is, Bommel only happens once and I don't farm it. I've lacked silver. I've lacked silver. Okay, well, while that's happening, let's go smash this another 20 times. I'm going to make a quick drink. Whilst that happens, you may monitor the stupendousness of my seer, killing the Fire Knight over and over again. Green Virus, since you gave me some valuable help and info, thought I'd give you a little bit back. Thanks, man. Oh, it was not required, but I appreciate it. Thanks for the super chat and the $10. I really appreciate it. We're all here to help. That's the idea of this community, helping everyone. Helping everyone enjoy the game more. Sometimes I'll sit here and I'll rant about the game. I'll get frustrated, but I try to make sure that this community is a good place for everyone to feel like they can have some enjoyment. That's what we're here for. That's what we want. So, you know, I'm glad if I help, awesome. That's what I'm here for. So I'm not using super raids because I took the clan quest that I have to beat the Fire Knight like 200 times. So I'm like locked out of super raids because I'm an idiot. I didn't really think about these things when I take them. Right, I'm going to make a quick cup of tea and I will be back. Enjoy the seer. Look how much she hit. 231,000 on an A1. Look at her go. Absolutely obnoxious. Someone needs to delete my seer. It's not great. Not great at all. Cool. I'll be back in about 4 or 5 minutes. I'm back. Hello. Did you enjoy my overpowered team? Look at this. Crusty baguette roll. That's beautiful. It's a thing of beauty. It's a thing of beauty. Stuff I can actually eat again. Your mate's first legendary was Kaimar. Oh, yeah, fair. I mean, Gaius is a pretty good legendary to have. It could be worse. Trust me, there are plenty of worse legendaries you can have. Double Elder Scar. I like Elder Scar. I'll tell you what, surprisingly, right? The legendary champion that I would like the most is actually Brachus. Because Brachus can do stuff that not many champions can do. He's the only champion that does AoE increase attack and weaken. I'd really like a Brachus. Ooh, we got a Savage piece. Is it good? Oh, it could be. It's pretty bad substats. Right, where's Tony the Tiger? Lion. That's Ragash, technically. He needed Arbiter's Helmet. That one? I think, nope. Was it that one? It's gotta be. It's not the other one. It's gonna be that one. And then we needed... See, I don't really want to take Gergo's gloves away from him, but it's recommending a lot of accuracy on the gloves. It basically wants me to take that. It's a lot. Brachus. I want Brachus. Brachus is awesome. Yeah, I mean, it's frustrating. I don't know if we can find a suitable replacement for that. That's a lot of accuracy to replace, right? 42. That's a lot of accuracy to replace. I mean, we can't really take it off Riho now. I mean, that's not bad. We can probably do that. Go a little bit faster. Let's go with that. I'd rather keep Gergo in one piece, I'll be honest. I mean, we're well below the accuracy requirements because we'd need to gear it up. But what we can do is, now we've done that, we can have a look, live refresh it, and we'll see what we'll get to if we max it all out. So, a lot lower actually, 461. It's like 100 accuracy short. I was trying to be smart. But then again, it's only 16 difference. I suppose if I glyph it... How much glyph space have I got? I got glyph, glyph, glyph. Oh, I got a lot of glyph space actually. Let's do a bit of glyph in here. I have no silver to glyph. Ah. I wouldn't buy it, ULS. I'd save. It's very expensive for a champion you might not have much use for. I'd save. Let's just get rid of some of these. 5-star banners are normally trash anyway. 5-star rings are trash. Some money here. Like, if it's an epic, it's not so bad because you can recover 100, but like, it's a lot to recover 300 essence. That's a lot of farming. Stop giving me 6, you stupid thing. Oh, it's giving me 6 every time. Obviously, I need to max this out. Can we do it in like 600k? Of course not. What do we get to? 14. Ugh. More silver's needed. Forever is the problem of my account. We're still a bit short though, like 479. Like we need to find more accuracy from somewhere. Like, make sure on the right screen here. We're still short. What's the total essence to max unit? If you want to buy a legendary 6-star split soul, it's 300 tier 2 essence. It's a lot. It's a lot. Yeah, I mean, we're still... I mean, we could get lucky with an ascension on the chest. That would give us, like, a little bit more accuracy. But... you know, we're like... well, no, because we're using the resistance aura ULX for Oella. I mean, I could just burn more glyphs. Right, I mean, I could burn 6-star glyphs into the gloves and the amulet if I wanted to, and just try and lift them up by 10. But we're still like 70 accuracy away. The only good thing is an A1, so like we don't need to be like super high up on the accuracy level. We could basically take a 75% chance to land instead of 100%. Yeah, I think it goes 100, 300 Nevin for the tier 2s. That's 5 and 6. And then I think it goes like 120 for rank 4. 90, I think it is. 120, 90, 20. I think it's 20, 40, like 80, 120. I think that's the way it goes. Oh! Manny Garcia. Everyone give a round of applause and a big thumbs up to Manny Garcia for saving me all of my glyphs because I haven't put masteries on him. Big, big deal. That's huge. That's where the missing accuracy is. Let's see it. Bad. Bad. Thank you, Manny. I appreciate it. Hey, Cool Breeze. Where's the thing? I'll be honest, I probably don't get that in that. Nope. Yeah, it's Iron Twins we're doing here. We have no silver, but we do need to run a couple of masteries through, so let's just run that quickly, just so we get some starter masteries on him. You don't need to be here. You don't need to be here. Just run some basic masteries here. Yeah, 555. But I'll get 50 from the masteries, ULX. I'll actually get a 60 from the masteries, so I'll have enough. He's 479 at the moment, so I'll get enough. Because I can find the glyphs. Yeah. Vlad is built with a bit of everything. Vlad's in like a weird place. It's not the best build. So he's in Savage, crit damage, at 251 speed, about 6k attack, 195% crit damage, but he's fast with a bit of accuracy, 251 with 271, because I kind of like him taking a few extra turns. I like him being able to cut in and get ahead in the arena sometimes. It's helpful. I'm using them everywhere at the moment, Juggernaut. They're so strong. And the thing is, because they're both void, you never have any affinity issues. You get block revives. If he kills someone, he gets more turn meter back, which means you get more turn meter reduction. The two of them together now are absolutely monstrous. Because the thing is, by making his second ability an AoE, Vlad now provides 30% ignore defense for Constantine. Because on Constantine's A2, I'll show you this now. Just do that. Constantine's A2. Each hit will ignore 10% of the target's defense for every leech, decrease defense, and block active skills. Right? Now, Vlad basically provides leech on an AoE, decrease defense, and block active skills. So by making him a double AoE champion, they've made the pairing super more powerful. It was already pretty strong to begin with. Constantine block revives anything. And with Vlad, he gets 30% ignore defense on top of his 30% ignore defense. So his A2 is ignoring 60% defense. It's an incredibly strong duo. They're so strong. I have, like, if you asked me who is some of the best partnerships in the game, they have to be up there now. They have to be. Will Oella's passive continues boost the turn meter on the boss? That would be super good. Yeah, it should do. We'll find out. Is the nature worth a high accuracy build for Eternal Dragon to cool his skills down? I don't see why not, Liam. She's a good champion generally. You can try it. It took me 2.5 years to pull a Taragi. Ooh, and then I pulled 2 in a row. Of course you did. That's how it works. I had 479 in the optimizer ULX. So with the aura, it should improve, right? Let's give him that. And take that. I mean, to be fair, I need to upgrade this first. But I have no silver. So, what we normally do here is we go hunting for things I can sell. Oh, let's just go. I mean, how much has he got? 463. I mean, you could do with more. Let's just blast a bit of spider quickly. It'll be quicker. Technically, I shouldn't be doing any Fire Knight anyway because Dungeon Diver starts tomorrow. So if I'm being super efficient, I should be saving all my dungeon farming until tomorrow and focusing on the champion training if I was being smart, but I'm not smart. So, best couple in the game? I don't know if they're the best because you obviously got Siphi Rotus, right? It's very hard to make a statement that Siphi Rotus is not the best in the game. But they're very much, like for PvE carry potential, they're very up there. I'm surprised you don't use Theodore to solo level your mastery champs. I mean, I could. Green Virus. I'll be honest, I haven't used a lot of Theodore. I feel like without Calvalax, Theodore doesn't have as much value. Maybe I'm just using him wrong. Would you say the requirement to gear a Fellhound for campaign farming is hard to achieve for early to mid-game player? I don't actually know. I have no experience using the champions. I can't really give you much advice. I would say, though, generally your starter champion for early to mid-game is always going to be a best campaign farmer. Because why would you invest more resources into another 6-star when your main 6-star can do it? We haven't run it yet, Kessel. We're just finished building up the the lion. I just need to upgrade the banner just to give him a bit more accuracy oomph. So, hey Solo. It's okay. You've arrived just in time, Solo. We're going to be testing some Iron Twins in a minute. I just need some silver. Quickly. Thoughts on the new fusion? We've covered it earlier in the VOD, Jordan, if you want to see an extensive breakdown. But the TLDR is, I basically think if you are in the mood and you are tired of doing a fusion, you want to skip one, this one is worth skipping. It's a skippable fusion, but you should do it if you can do it. I just think she's basically not much stronger than War Maiden or Deacon for their role, and I don't really think she's strong enough to be an arena damage dealer, so... Or certainly not one that would be notable. So I'm not a big fan of her. I'm not crazy about it. Yeah, Marichka Taras obviously is a really strong combo as well, right? As I said, I don't think they necessarily beat the top tier, but when you drop down the tiers and you think, okay, who else can I use? Like, you've got your Countess Lix and Astron, I think they're stronger than those two. You've got your Sissia and Cardiel, I think it's stronger than those two. It's questionable as whether they're stronger than Venus Cupidus, because obviously Cupidus becomes like a monster. But I wouldn't necessarily say Cupidus on his own is as strong a carry as these two in dungeons. If we're talking about dungeon carry potential, I think the Void Bros have a stronger carry potential than the Venus Cupidus, because Cupidus is dependent on being attacked, really. That's kind of the point of him. He still does a nice amount of damage, but it's more about him being attacked, isn't it? Right, so that should be enough. Can we get it in? 700? Ooh. 300,000. No. Oh, this game. I'm forever out of silver at the moment. I need to go on a big... I'll probably build up a nice punch of money from Finite when I go for it tomorrow. Yeah, exactly, Solo. I'll go for it for the CVC points or champion chase, but it's not exactly like I can see any place in my teams that it would go. And even even if I was doing it on my free-to-play, I wouldn't want it for my free-to-play, because I'm not going to invest all of my legendary books into a champion that does something just as good as like a Deacon or a Mistrider Dithey or a War Maiden for me. Like, my first legendary books have to make the difference in clan boss or a dungeon, and I don't think that champion makes a difference in clan boss or a dungeon. I haven't seen everyone's videos, Liam. I know in HH Gaming earlier, we had a bit of a disagreement about it, in the sense that the guys thought I was being a bit too harsh, maybe a bit too end game focused. But I just look at it like a Vlad type thing, where when Vlad came out, everyone was hating on him, and I thought he was okay because of his A2. And now look at him, right? Obviously he got buffed, but still. But, you know, if you're going to sit there and say Vlad was not a very good fusion, then this champion's definitely not a very good fusion, right? That's the way I look at it. I've done a bit earlier, Skrelia, but I realised I should be waiting just now. So I'm waiting from this point onwards. I just need silver at the moment. I mean, Hershen, I've been playing the game for about 3 years after, so I missed the Torment and the Rotus fusion. I think I started on the Skull Lord fusion. I still don't have a Kaimar Rotus. Like, it's painful for my account. I don't have one of them. I mean, yeah, people, like, to be fair to the creators, they want to hype up the fusion because the fusion is always a very good engagement video. I wouldn't hold that against them at all. I don't think I'm not sure any content creator would be sitting there saying like it's a crazy good champion, right? It's not that good. Oh, come on. Stop wasting my silver. Oh, Lord. I'm going to shoot this game in a minute. This banner is the most expensive banner in humankind. No, it won't make me rage. Ah! I haven't even got enough to mix it. I don't even have enough silver to make a temple. Oh, he's like, it wants me to hate the game. Silver. Great call on whoever said do the forge. Granted, I didn't even have enough to make a temple, but hey. It should help. They do need to sell all. What time do you wake up? I wake up somewhere between like 7 till 12. And variable. Depends. Like stream nights, I generally wake up about an hour later than normal. Because I'm normally up super late. I'm going to try not to be today. Right, that should give me enough now. Million silver, come on. Come on. Tony the Tiger. You're not Tony the Tiger. You're like, I don't know, some tiger. Lion head. Come on. Thank you. Oh, we got defense as well. Okay. Should we give it a go? It's on the worst affinity as well. So I want to take that out, that out, that out, that out, that out. So we want to run Pythian, the Lion, the Geomancer. I'm going to spot the Geomancer and the Aox. Okay, so we don't want to open that. We want to open with this. I guess we just leave him default. Open. First choice. Don't use. First choice. Let's give it a go. What could possibly go wrong? What could possibly go wrong? Is streaming considered part of your work for HA Game, or do you do it on your own time? I wouldn't say it's part of my work. It's a bit of both, really. I do spend a lot of my own time on it, though, right? Obviously, you know, there's no expectancy for me to work. Like, it's not contracted that I work to like these hours, how long I stream or anything like that. None of that exists. That's all my own time. But obviously, we want to grow the YouTube channel as part of my, you know, that's what I do. But I also enjoy it a lot, right? This is me doing it because I enjoy it. I wouldn't do it if I didn't enjoy it. So, well, the Geo's not resisting, but everyone else is. The Geo's kind of getting a bit screwed over somehow. Uh-oh, we procced passive. It's alright, though. Heals are coming in. Oof. I mean, it's really stable. I was dead by now. Look at the continuous heals though, guys. It's a bit gross, isn't it? Oh, we procced his pass here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This is where it's a bit orcs. Oh. Oh. Oh, it's getting a bit ropey. Okay. Got a bit of a heal. Heal. That's good. Oh, look at the power of Oella. It was looking ropey for a second there. The dwarf needs a little bit of, like, boosting up a bit, right? I mean, to be fair, that is the worst case scenario because we have 3 force affinity. So he is strong hitting 3 of our champs who are not fully built. I mean, how's the Geo built? Oh, he's got low resist. Can we, like, give him a little bit more resistance? I mean, I say that. Do I have silver to give him a little bit more resistance? I mean, if that rolls res, we could glyph that. Is there any other speed glyph? Res. Anyone got resistance? Any piece got a resistance? Oh, there's a little bit there. So, like, it depends on how this rolls, but I don't have any silver. So, I do have a Duchess. Tatura is just here because he's doing the decreased accuracy. Do you plan to run your personal channel anytime soon? I kind of consider this my personal channel, Chris. This is me kind of thing. It's the company channel, like it's the branded channel for HH Gaming, but I like the fact that, you know, most of the content here is part of the company. I don't really have any plans to, like, make my own named one. I think that just splits our community, and I don't want to do that. So this is what I don't understand about Winter with Iron Twins. I had to rebuild my team, but won't get a fast time because he keeps cleansing, so I don't know how to get around that. Reduce the damage you deal solo, right? So let me show you. The reason why I don't want to use Mithrala, she does too much damage. The difference with the twins versus Ice Golem, the only thing that activates Ice Golem passive is dealing damage. But with twins, burns, apart from Geomancer passive, so not the damage component of Geomancer's passive, but the burn can, brimstone, poisons, any sort of damage can proc his passive. So what I've done here is, realistically, Geomancer should not have Warmaster, if we're being truthful. But I use him for other places, so it's a bit dumb not to. But you can see I've got no Warmaster, no one else is doing any damage. You want to mitigate and minimize damage. That's why it's proccing. Do you have a Sand Devil Aneri? Put her in. I do, but I think Aox is better for extending debuffs. So we get more debuff extension. You need one more Pain Keeper and you never fail this dungeon. I don't think this team will fail, Chris K. Hi Sap, I hope you're doing fine today. How do you find the new fusion? We covered it earlier in the stream if you want to see the full breakdown, but my TLDR of the fusion is skippable if you want to skip it. Nothing much better than a War Maiden. It's basically a golden War Maiden with a bit of damage. That's the way I would describe her, and I'm not that impressed by it. So yeah, I mean, the problem is, in an ideal world, I would 60 his amulet to start with. 16 his amulet. But it only went to 15. So ugh, so many layers. So if I just quickly sell something in here. I probably won't need that, it's awful. Let's make some more. Need to make some more silver. So back to the forge we go. Surely we can do the amulet in 1,000,000, right? Surely. I could do Eye Acrobat, I could. That would be a smart thing to do, but as we've discovered multiple times on this stream, I am not a smart person. This is where we would either like resistance or accuracy. We would also like it to upgrade, but apparently that is not an option available to us today, so we just wasted another 600,000 silver. Yay! I do, but I'm a bit low on clan silver, clan gold. I'm trying to hold on to my clan gold a little bit. I kind of don't mind selling them here though, because I can quickly see what the items are if there's anything particularly nice that I know I can pick up. Whoa, look at all that gold. Gold equals silver. Doesn't mean we're keeping any of it. Nope. I should have probably kept that piece. 5 stars is always a bit questionable to keep though. Unless it's quad and triple roll, and it's very rarely going to ever be worth it because the substat rolls are so bad. Right, 800,000, come on. Game, don't do me like this. Come on, upgrade the amulet. Oh, thank God. Oh! Wow. I mean, I'd have to roll these. Like, I'm not going to do that. Oh, that's a good start. Can I find resistance in this build anywhere? I mean, they're not that crazy. I don't particularly want crit damage, so... That's pretty crazy. So I'm not really focused on chat set, I'm just trying to see what I can find. You having Geo, Relentless, and 240 speed, you'll be okay without Aox. When he dies, he can reflect damage. You can bring an area up time. His reflect is much higher, so she brings a passive if you revive. Yeah, but it's also like the extension for decreased accuracy. It's not a bad option. Well, if it's looking a bit ropey next side, we definitely can have a try. That's a little bit too far. That's an interesting trade. I mean, that would be great if it rolled the accuracy. But once again, I've no silver. Oh, this is getting ridiculous. That's a bad piece. So once more, into the breach we go, to the forge to make some... Let's make some resilience gear this time. Something feels missing. Something's not right. I had it all written. I mean, this team is fine. All I wanted to do was trying to lift the resistance level up on Geomancer by like 30, because he was falling just below the threshold to guarantee that he doesn't get the Iron Brand stacks, which is why he kind of died. Whereas the other champs are okay because they're at 200. Like if we look at... am I on the right screen here? Like if I look at my build here, Aox at 194 wasn't getting any stacks. So he doesn't even need that much. He probably needs like 50. Can you please have my Majesty? That's what Forge Pass does for you. I don't even do arena anymore. I'll do my daily arenas. I'll do the tournaments, but that's about it. We actually do need to crack on a little bit because I'm gonna miss the thing. Like he was 171. He's just a little bit low. That's relentless. I think this is a great piece. Can we do it? I hate this game sometimes. Oy vey. You watch it not give me the resistance roll or the accuracy roll. Because it's just like, yeah, you want to bid on the silver for this? No. It's not bad. I mean, it did that in 2 minutes, ULX. And Geo died halfway through because he got Iron Branded. So all we're trying to do is just lift the Geo's resistance up to like 190. So if I can find 20 resistance with the Geo, then we're probably okay. Go. Oh, it did what I wanted it to do. Yes. Yes. Streamer luck. So we can trade 23 accuracy for 23 resistance because we can find the accuracy in glyphs of +7, +6. How fast is he at the moment? He's 245. We'll get further with there. So we're at like 200, 543. If we can find a little bit more accuracy from different places. 6 there, 9, 12, 6. So 6 there, 7. Start up a little bit. 549 is good enough, I think. 555 is what it needs to be, but that should be okay. Let's try it again. Oh look, we pick up a 6-star KSO. Yay. Keep in mind as well, this is the worst affinity for this team because he is strong affinity to 3 of my champions. Haha, not quite. Or maybe it is the Relentless that's causing him to outrun it. He's outrunning the resistance, isn't he? Maybe the Relentless is causing problems. I mean, I'm not going to take him out of Relentless because that's just silly. Doing all right, though. Oh, we had a... That's unlucky. That's an unlucky one. That's an unlucky one. Oh, he's close to death. Oh. It's okay, though. Oella came in. Obviously, the Tatura needs more accuracy because we need to get his masteries done. We haven't done his masteries yet. That's kind of a problem. He's so dead, though. So many Iron Brands. Oh, it's okay. Oh, of course, we're increasing Iron Brand stacks because we're not getting the decreased accuracy. The Aox continuous heals. I mean, it's pretty 100%-ish. That's pretty good, right? Why not run more? The only reason why he's Relentless, Dutchy, is I prefer Relentless in Hydra because often my team requires him to use his A2 to ensure that he can get his burn off because of I don't have a Torment Head solution. So I run Relentless because it means I can run his A2 and get a chance of getting burns out on more heads. There is logic to my madness. You know, I'm not just doing it out of stupidity. I have a rule in my opinion that reflex is poor in any scenario where you need to have more than 2 skills. You lose a lot of value. Oh, we 3%ed. Damn you, Acrobat, you baited me. I mean, he's only at 19 stacks this time. I proc Warmaster. Uh-oh. Oh, he's dead. I procced Warmaster. Uh-oh, we might get in an infinite cycle of bad here. I mean, on the bright side, we've outrun the Iron Brand stack. So... he keeps reviving them in an awkward cycle. I think, to be honest, I think it'll be fine once I get, like, the accuracy sorted on Tatura. Once I get Tatura's masteries done, I think it will be okay. I still haven't done masteries on Aox either, right? So there's room for growth on both of them. I mean, it's kind of nuts that these guys are still alive. How much increased attack has he got now? Like, he must have loads. Like, he must be pumping damage. Oh, there we go. Oh, it's one shot. These three cannot die, though. Isn't it a little bit insane that Oella is keeping these three alive? It's nuts. Like, this guy is stacked. He is doing a lot of damage now. Ooh. I need to heal. I'm trying to time it. Oh, never mind. He crit. It's kind of crazy for a while there. So if I just make it a little bit more stable, I think it's okay. Because he's just not healing enough or do much at the moment. I mean, I don't think Aneri is the answer, I'll be honest. I can put my Aneri in. But I don't think she's the answer. Because she's not got any resistance, so... We'll try it. I don't think it's gonna... It was kind of 100%-ish. I just took a nasty crit and it's bad affinity and they're not fully geared up. No, Pythian is doing a lot because of his bolster here. Pythian is reducing so much incoming damage that Kimmy wouldn't even come close. I can see the logic in swapping out Aox for Aneri. But we've lost the burn, so this is why Aox is in here. Because we're taking hits now without burn, because Aox would have extended all those burns. It's doing alright, it's just slower. I mean, Tatura having masteries would help a lot. For sure, right? Being able to consistently land a decrease accuracy would be much more helpful. The Oella Pythian have outrun their Iron Brand mark. They don't have it anymore. Oh, they've just got some now, because the... Uh-oh. Okay, alright. Geo's gonna get absolutely slaughtered. Don't you just love it that Aneri decided not to revive there? It is more stable with Aneri though. You are correct. Somewhat. But it's the same problem. In that the Geo's just not quite surviving. But I think that's purely because I'm not landing this all the time. And he's probably outrunning his Relentless, right? A Relentless is probably not the best build for him here. I don't have another Geomancer that can run at 550 of accuracy, so it's going to have to do. The problem is he's just going to instant one-shot us. If I do that, it should mean he takes a turn. Okay, I got a burn. There you go, I survived it. Okay, well, something to work on. At least the team is more, is better. It actually functions now. That will always be the worst affinity because he's going to take critical hits anyway, right? So it's always going to be the worst affinity there. But it was pretty close to 100% on the worst affinity. I'll take that. I will take that every day of the week. I don't have other geos, that's the problem. No, Totora's doing a lot there, Nexar. Totora's providing my increased defense. He's also providing Veil buff. Oh, it wasn't... Did he take my... Did he take my buff away? He did, didn't he? He took my stone skin away. Damn him. I don't think you can swap out the Totora. He's doing so much. Oh, man. Guess we're waiting here for a while. This is where Quintus would be helpful. Quintus would have one-shot these by now. Oh, Lord above. I can get some stage. There we go. There we go. Thank you for reviving everyone and giving me so much turn meter. I really appreciate it. Really? Now he's proc Swift Parry. Now we proc Sheep. That's really bad. You'll proc Swift... Can we stop with the Swift Parries? Oh, man. Oh my god. Okay. We won, but literally, wow. I don't want to speed it down because speed it down slows it out. You don't speed down that team. Speed slows the team down. It's fine. The thing with that, the reason why that team was failing is Totora didn't have enough accuracy because I haven't put masteries on him. The Aox wasn't fully built out and hasn't got masteries on him. And Geomancer could be refined a little bit further if I had more silver. So in the reality of everything that's going on, damn it. Or just... The reason why it was failing was because of those, and it was on the worst affinity. So it was actually when you balance it out on everything, it was okay. It's absolutely fine. I think it just if I finish off those bits and pieces, then we'll be in a good position. That's probably going to be stone skinned to heck and back. I'll try it. Night Acrobat. We need to do this so we can actually do faction wars because I haven't done that yet. Can we get rid of stone skin? Nope. Oh, you can kill everyone though. Welcome to the world of why Ultimate Death Knight isn't the best answer. I'm not saying it doesn't. I didn't say that it didn't, ULX. I was simply saying the reason why I don't want to run it for the team that I'm running is because it slows down the team that I would run. Because decreased speed slows down a team with Geomancer in that setup. Take him out. Joel Merrill, welcome to the minionship. I hope you are having a good day. Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. Oh, I got one shot there. That can happen. Cupidus is all about, will I keep my stone skin? If I lose my stone skin, Cupidus is just going to rip a new one in me. Yeah, okay, whatever. Oh, it's stupid. Ultimate Death Knight that I can't kill because he's in triple reaction. Urgh. He's got peril for sure. It's fine. Have it. Stupid thing. I was saying that in the Iron Twin team, Reflex wasn't good. I was... No, I know. I agreed that. Yeah. So what I'm saying was I wasn't willing to... the reason why I have got him in Relentless, not Reflex there, is because I have to use the A2 in Hydra, which is unfortunate, because I would agree with you. In that situation, Relentless is not good. But due to just the way that I'm using Geomance, I don't have the luxury and the flexibility of being able to run him not in Relentless for that benefit. So... what else we got here? Outspeed. Remove buffs. Deal with the trash situation here. I used to use Demither a lot, to be fair. So... What do I think of Chigor? It's alright, champ. Wow, I didn't outspeed. It's a mistake. Reaction gear is only acquired from winning clan versus clan. Or like losing. You can get it from losing as well, I should say. That's an incorrect statement. You can get it from losing, but it's only from clan versus clan tournaments. The problem is, I'm never going to kill this because I can't kill the Ultimate Death Knight. So... At least I don't think I can. Because as soon as I kill him, he's just going to get revived, right? I should have A3'd for increased attack. I don't know what I'm doing here. There we go. Maybe in me. Let's see. Might get lucky. Never mind. I messed this fight up. Oh, why didn't you get block buffs? Oh, and he didn't proc... Oh. He didn't proc the passive. So now I'm going to have to proc it here. He was 1 HP away from proccing the goddamn passive. Oh, luckily I can win. Yep, I'll never use... I will be quite blunt and say I will never use Ultimate Death Knight in this game. I refuse to use it. Out of principle, I will not use Ultimate Death Knight because I think he's a terrible champion for the game. Because he's one of those champions that stops you playing the game and you never win a fight because of him. You might... He's a champion that you won't win because you have him, but you might not lose. The enemy won't win because he's there, but you're not gonna beat the enemy because you have Ultimate Death Knight. I just dislike him. I mean, I'm not playing live arena at the moment, Kessel. So I'm officially retired from live arena for the foreseeable future. I will do one fight every 5 days just to stay in Silver 2 But I am not doing live arena anymore. I'm done with it. Not really. Because he doesn't protect and support your team. You put it... So, protect and support isn't where 2-turn Stone Skin and run at 100 speed. That's doing nothing. That's a bot. I dislike the champion. It should be deleted from the game. Simple as. It'll be a hill that I'll die on, and I 100% expect and respect if someone says I'm crazy for saying that. It's fine. It's an opinion. I don't like the champion. I think it's terrible kit design. I think he's a waste of space, and I would rather him deleted from the game than remain. It really bugs me that much. No, not a bad word, Kessel. I've just decided I've retired for now. I realised that live arena was giving me negative vibes, and I didn't enjoy it, so I don't need to fight it. So I'm not building any champions in my account towards live arena anymore because I just don't enjoy it. I found it really boring. It's the same teams over and over again. It's the same crap. It's just not fun anymore. Yeah, but Stone Skin can be fought against, right, Alex? You can strip Stone Skin. You can steal Stone Skin. You can do damage beyond Stone Skin. So there's ways around Stone Skin. You can wait out Stone Skin. With Ultimate Death Knight, like, you can't even deal damage. Like, you just can't do anything. It's so boring. Like, the thing with Stone Skin is you pay a penalty for going into Stone Skin. That's either your damage dealers don't do enough, or your support champions need to be, like, slower or whatnot. Like, you're always going to pay a penalty for Stone Skin. Ultimate Death Knight pays 0 penalty for basically building the slowest, pointless, basic Stone Skin build with no gear, with no stats. It could be basically anything, and just building with tanky stats, like you're building defense percentage or whatnot. It doesn't even need to be that anything special. Put him at no speed and then just watch as he just stops you playing the game. It's anti-fun. So I think it should be deleted. I think he's terrible outside of arena as well, Dutchy. I think he's one of the worst solo champions you can have. There are better epic options. He gives you nothing for clan boss. He's terrible for Hydra. I would never use the champion anywhere outside of it. Because all he did outside of... All Ultimate Death Knight did outside of live arena is he made early game normal arena for beginner champions horrific, because every goddamn starter champion had it, and it's in every single arena defense. Until Ronda came out, and Ronda made it slightly more bearable, but even then, you basically couldn't do anything because they made him Force Affinity, so your starter champion couldn't kill him, so Classic Arena felt terrible. It's the only use for him. He's a terrible champion. Should be deleted from the game. And if you're using him, it's fine. I'm not saying don't take what I'm saying right now as like a big spin. This is my personal opinion. I have a very strong feeling against Ultimate Death Knight. People who come in regularly on the stream will know how much I really hate the champion. I just wish it would just be reworked completely because I just don't like it. But I don't want anyone to feel like they shouldn't use it because of my opinion. It's just my opinion. Don't worry about it. Like, I would be a hypocrite if I said these words and then went into live arena and started using Ultimate Death Knight. That's why I refuse to use Ultimate Death Knight. Because if I'm making such a strong, bold statement, I need to stand by my words and not use the champion, right? Otherwise, I'm a hypocrite. So it is probably people find it amusing, right? I am probably cutting off my nose to spite my face, Alex. You're 100% correct, because I know for a fact he's used in like Platinum Arena and whatnot. I can't hold this opinion and make videos saying he's a terrible champion and then use him myself. That's just like unethical, right? It's unethical for me to do that. So I would never do it. Am I going for the fusion? I'll do it, but I probably won't summon it for ages. I still haven't summoned Supreme Elhane, right? Night Juggernaut. What do I think of Suzerain after his buff? He's an okay damage dealer. Suzerain after his buff is an okay damage dealer, right? He's basically a pretty good campaign clearer. He's probably not a bad wave clearer now, because obviously he gives you an AoE decreased defense. his damage numbers are not crazy good enough that he would become an arena nuker, and his affinity goes against him, so. Well, I think as a code of conduct for a content creator, if I put a video out and content out, like technically this live stream is a video, if I put those types of pieces of content out and say he's a terrible champion, I hate him, I don't like him, and then proceed to go and use him multiple times, then to me, that's like screams unethical, right? Because certainly hypocritical. I would never do it. It's just bad, right? Did I build the IM screens? Yes. So the Geo was dying a little bit, Mullet. We didn't build the unkillable team because we didn't have 3 Painkeepers, which is, one of those things. So proceeded to instead build one with Oella, which works okay, but I need to finish building the masteries. I need to do the masteries on Tatura and Aox, and then try it again. And also Spirit's the worst one, right? So Spirit's the worst. Hey Don, how's it going? We're talking about how I have a crazy opinion about Ultimate Death Knight that probably is extreme and a bit hyperbolic in nature. Although I would say Rotus is starting to get up onto the tier list of Ultimate Death Knight for me. His passive has cost me so many fights. I can't even believe, like in the last, it's made me want to peel my eyeballs out. I'll probably try and keep hold of a Pinky, but yeah, look, so I'll show you, Mullet. We swapped in the Aneri to try and make it a bit more stable, just for now, because the Aox was a bit squishy. But it works okay. Just got your 2-star Baron, nice. 500 attack is huge, track media. It's a big, big increase. So obviously, we're not landing decrease accuracy yet, which we kind of need to do. Because we're resisting, right? So I think that's one problem. We haven't got enough accuracy on the Tatura. One problem. Second problem is we haven't quite got enough silver to finish just like min-max in the Geo. And Geo's in Relentless. It's just probably not the best for this situation, right? Because obviously he's outrunning his resistance buff. So in an ideal world, I'd have a Geomancer that wasn't doing this. He's also in Warmaster, which is not ideal. So Rotus is hands down. Yeah, Rotus is a dominant monster. I have lost so many fights because of Rotus passive. I can't even tell. Like, it's so stressful. You think you've nearly won, then Rotus passive kicks in and he starts Rotusing the crap out of your team. Do I have a video guide for Demitha or Whisper? I'm going to be doing an updated Whisper guide, Hythin. I don't have one for Demitha, but I have plenty of clan boss teams with Demitha. Hey Saf, does the Survival Instinct Blessing affect clan boss speed soon? It will do if you get a debuff, Cammy. It can do, because it's going to give you turn meter boost. It's basically like the same thing as like the masteries. So be careful. They haven't abandoned the idea of taunting buff Manny. If you remember back to when they did increase resistance and increase accuracy, they made the buff, then they forgot about it for a couple of months, and then they started adding champions. I'd expect we're going to start getting some taunt champions in the next couple of months. Like, you think increased resistance, we only had a few, we're now starting to get a few more. They do it all the time. They basically add a new effect, they forget about it for a while, and then it comes back with lots of new champions. It's pretty stable, I think. It's a pretty good team. I'm pretty happy with that. Did you just decide to stop playing Live Room because you were playing it a few hours in stream? No, I decided to stop playing it because I realized I was building champions for Live Arena and then not enjoying using those champions. I just found I wasn't enjoying my experience when I was using those champions. So I decided that it was not worth my... What's the right word here? I basically decided it was having a negative impact on my experience, so I stopped playing it until it doesn't have a negative experience on my gameplay. I don't need to force it down my throat, basically. It's what I'm doing. I was trying to force Live Arena because that was the end game thing. That's what I should be doing. I'm like, well, why? Because if I'm not enjoying it, there's no point. There's so much in this game that I do enjoy that I should be focusing my time on. So I should be doing that. I think there's actually really strong DPSs in their track media. Ruella's a great one. Mr. Adaithi, some of the epics are really good. The new one they just added, Lockwine, very good. I actually don't think there's that many. I think, like, we probably need another fusion, right? We need another legendary fusion in the faction, maybe. Just to give it a nuker, potentially. But it's so hard. You don't want to make it... Like, I guess they don't want to make the faction one super easy win. Yay, 4 stone skin. Can we get rid of any? Oh, we got rid of 3. I'll take that. Yeah, well, that'll be cleansed. It's fine. Okay, just one shot. Ultimate Death Knight. Why should Ultimate Death Knight be deleted from this game? Because of this. He's not going to enjoy life in a minute. He's about to get deleted. Ha. Stupid system. I don't know why they're adding so many nukers to the game. We need more support champions. I agree. Although I would say I'm not against more nukers with more variety. The only problem is, and I'm going to do a video on this probably, because I watched Ash's video on the Terrace video, right? The video where he basically said, if they nerf the Terrace now that he's just spent all that money, he's going to stop spending money on the game. Which I agree with, right? It's kind of lame, or a bit in bad taste, that they would create a ×10 for a champion, and then everyone's going to pull for that champion because that champion's really good, and then proceed to nerf the champion. But herein lies the problem. In that same video, he's also saying the champion is too strong. So you kind of got this juxtaposition of he's too strong, but I'm pull shard for him, so you can't nerf him because I've pulled shard for him, so he's going to be too strong. So what one do you want? Either you don't pull the shards and they nerf him, or you pull the shards, they can't nerf him. So they've kind of made this like impossible scenario. And I'm not really sure, like, I understand where Ash is coming from, but at the same time, I'm like, well, you can't have it both ways. You can't start a riot because they nerf it because you're saying it's too strong, because you then spent money getting the champions because you know it's too strong. Like, you can't have it both ways. So one way is going to have to work over the other. And they've kind of created this problem now. They've made it so that there's so many few OP champions that the only way you can really effectively balance the game is add even more OP champions. Which means when you add even more OP champions to the game, now you've got another bigger problem because you have essentially made all the other champions that weren't OP even less valuable. So I'm not really sure what he wants them to do there, because you can't, this is not criticism of Ash, by the way. I think he's a great guy. It's just that I was watching the video and I was thinking, well, in one breath you're saying it's broken, it's OP, they need to fix it, but in the other breath you're saying you're pulling shards for it, and if they then decide to not make them OP, you're going to stop spending because you've just pulled shards for it. So it's like you can't. What are you asking them to do? Because they can't do anything, because they haven't got a win condition, so they'll just leave it as it is. So, and then what do you do with the game balance? Because essentially you've created a system where you've essentially created a system where it can't be balanced. Because essentially in that statement, you're saying if they ever release a champion that becomes too powerful that they've ever done a times 10 on, they can no longer nerf that champion. So what do you do? No, I know, I'm not saying they will or won't nerf it. What I'm saying is, the point was, they're too strong, so they need nerfing. But because you've made them a times 10 champion, you can't nerf them now because I'll stop spending. So it's like, well, what do you want them to do then? Because they're not going to do either, are they? They're just going to keep offering it because you've just said it's really strong and you want the champion and you don't care, you're going to still pull for them. So we're not going to nerf it. But in the meantime, you've created an arena meta which is essentially unplayable without these top 10 champions at the top. And it's the same 10 champions, which is really, really boring. And will be the death of arena. You know, it might take 6 months, it might take 12 months, but it will be the death of that arena. I'm probably not going to outpace that. We can probably do that and just win it that way. We can do that. I think the easiest solution to polymorph is you make polymorph require accuracy at ULX. Because if you're requiring Brimstone to require accuracy, that will force it to be not... It basically will apply the same solution that they said they needed to apply for the Brimstone. That they basically said Brimstone was too strong because anyone was building it when it wasn't intended to. Well, anyone is building polymorph probably when it's not intended to. Lost that one. Or, as like good suggestions here, make it so that it only can sheep once. Like Swift Parry. It's another option. Oh man, I've lost this one as well because it's all freaking stone skin. Well, I've taken one out. You're okay. I probably lost it, I'll be honest. Yeah. I wasn't expecting all stone skin. This is going to be hard as well. Alright, we managed to kill it. At least we stopped the triple loss. And I think some things with polymorph that I would change. The polymorph HP should be what the polymorph HP was before you got polymorphed. Right? I've done faction wars, Dave. I did it before this. We're all good. So I would make it so that the polymorph speed, the speed of your sheep, is dependent on the champion's speed. Because right now it's not. You know, right now basically it defaults to like 50 speed or something dumb like that. I would make it so the HP that you come back with is the HP that you left with. You know, and that's balanced by the fact that if you had 1 HP, then you lose out based on that change. And I would also make it that you could put a term limit on it if you wanted to. Like, I'd make it 1 turn. It doesn't need to be 2 turns, does it? It really doesn't need to be 2 turns. It's already strong enough as 1 turn. It doesn't need 2. It's not difficult to code, Chris. You can change it in seconds. It's really straightforward to code. That's fine. I'll probably not match that speed aura. That's probably stone skin. We'll try it. Would accuracy for polymorph change anything though? Yes, it would, because you wouldn't be able to run like polymorph on Necra. You wouldn't be able to run polymorph on people like Duchess, right? It would make a big difference. You think of all the hyper tanks. Like Marichka. You wouldn't run accuracy on Marichka. Oh, for God's sake. Luckily, I took it away from him so I can kill that, but I can't one-shot it because I didn't get the passive, so now he's going to Rotus me and one-shot me out. Luckily, there, I was dumb. Oh my god. We're okay. Ooh, close. I haven't put a video out on the new Fusion. No, I haven't been. I've been out all day, so I've only just got. I basically came home, chilled for a little bit, then streamed. I'm gonna take away the Terminator from Harima. That's fine. I can basically just take out Harima, and we win. Might take us a while, but we'll get there. Do I watch competitive league? Yes, I do. I haven't caught who's playing today. I know G2 got through to... Spoilers. G2 got through to the group stage. Any idea when you or HA will get hands on the new Fusion? No idea. I won't get hands on it till it goes live. Hellhades will probably have test server, I'd have thought. Especially by the sounds of it, we're going to have more champions. I wonder what update features we're going to get with this update. I'm hoping for a quiet patch because I'm still trying to add all the new features from the last couple of patches to the different tools that we have. So I need to get area bonuses done. We've just added hard mode rated dungeons to the website now. I need to update all the tier lists so that we can actually filter on them. So I need a bit of a month of quiet time from Playroom. Please. One more arena battle then. Let's do one more. Who are we going to fight here? This one looks interesting. We'll kill that. Torment can't do that, so we'll do that, I guess. And we'll go with that. Yeah, I mean, Pro League, in especially in North America, is a bit of a joke. But European scene is really good. I recommend, like, if you, like, the European League, the LEC is really good. Okay, so we're going to get a revive, that's fine. It's actually quite bad, I should have saved my Sky Piercer. We're okay for now. We can knock Radio Stone thing. Probably. We win. Oh, so today was it funny, was it? Mm-hmm. 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 Yes. Okay, here we go. Well, the problem with Sheep Nexard, and this is a game design problem, Sheep removes any champion that is designed to debuff from the game. Like Nevin, fundamentally removes it. It's a bad game design principle. Because things shouldn't just fundamentally remove a massive subset of the game. There should be counters to debuffs, but it shouldn't make them completely useless, which is what has happened. Now we have this fun game of waiting to kill the ultimate Death Knight. Kill the Ultimate Death Knight. Nope. Oh, wow. Why do we hate Ultimate Death Knight? Because of these gameplay modes. Oh, stop taking my buffs. Ah, oh, for the love of God, that is all that is real in this world. Oh, come on! I hate Ultimate Death Knight for this exact reason. He's not going to win because of it. He's just taking all of my time. He's going to lose. It's just a waste of my time. Honestly. Well, that was annoying. Take away those. Let's just throw that away. Okay, never mind. Okay. There goes his passive. I mean, we are kind of at risk here, because I can't throw away the debuffs yet. Now I can. Just throw away on those. Okay, it's fine. Can't revive yet. Still can't revive. Now I can revive, probably. Life Harvest is doing so much work here for Vlad. He's getting so much turn meter back. And the passive from the partnership is giving him a lot of turn meter as well. Look how much I've destroyed their maximum HP. It's like instant rekill. So strong. Life Harvest is OP. Yeah, I block Offred. Yeah. But I couldn't... I was waiting for the Lydia because I didn't want to revive the Candy. That's why I couldn't revive. I was waiting for the Lydia. There we go. 10 battles done. Oh, go away. Where did that put us on the leaderboard? We'll do more tomorrow. What's my thoughts on Void Legendary Rarity and Summons? It is what it is, isn't it? It's bad luck all around. Cool. So I've done the artifact enhancement. I don't really care about the 6-star legendary kill, so it's fine. Champion training tomorrow. I'm going to have to grind out a lot. And Fire Knight. So tomorrow's going to be a grind day. I'll be honest, I'm probably not going to pull anything. I'm going to save my Void Mercy for when there's another times 10 Void that I actually want. What is the Void times 10 tomorrow? Leo would be good, but I don't really want Leo. I'm not that fussed. Honestly, I'm not that fussed. I'd rather save it for a more unique champion, like a Yumiko. We haven't had a times 10 Yumiko yet. I'll probably throw that out this week as well, since it's whale week. Right, guys. It was a fun stream. I'm going to go get something to eat, get some rest. And, yeah. So the champion chase rewards are purple. Speed glyph could be. Yeah, speed glyph could be there. Find out. I think the barrel's okay. Honestly, the tier 2 stone is crazy good. This is really good. Well worth doing. I'll grind the hell out of this tomorrow. Dungeon Divers is bluey. So that's probably going to be something I don't know what it is. Find out. Bit of a weird week, hey? But yeah, thanks for hanging out, guys. It was a good stream. I will be back there Monday. Hopefully, I'll get some more videos out this week now. I didn't get anything out yesterday because I was just busy working on a bunch of things. But yeah. Thanks for watching, guys. And I'll catch you on Monday. Have a nice evening.